Tudo está em movimento. É um movimento que dá ritmo à vida, à rotação do planeta, ao pulsar do coração, ao ciclo da natureza. A semente que rompe a terra, o sol que alimenta o campo, o trabalhador que cultiva, a colheita que enche os silos, os grãos que ultrapassam fronteiras. Somos um mundo que se transforma e precisa do agro. Somos a mão que planta e o coração que acredita. Somos o produtor que, antes do amanhecer, já está no campo. Somos um time que cria e inova todos os dias. Somos as famílias que vivem do agro e se dedicam por gerações. Somos as pessoas que consomem o que vem do campo. Somos parceiros. Acreditamos e investimos na revolução do agro para transformar o futuro. 3tentos. 30 anos. Somos o agro que move o mundo.
Bom dia! Sejam muito bem-vindos!
Good morning. Welcome to 3tentos Day 2025. It's just great to welcome you here at Santa Bárbara do Sul, in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, in our tech center. Welcome to all of you watching online. All right, let's get started with today's agenda. We're now celebrating our 30th anniversary in 2025. This is a very timely celebration. Well, let me point out what the goals for today are. We're now concluding 3tentos' journey, and let's take a look at the pipeline, at the future. Well, let's take a look at today's agenda. We started out with the enrollment phase and then the opening remarks of our founders, and then the field panel. 3 of our partners will be coming here to talk about their experience, and then on to the R&D team, where we run those experiments. Then a break for coffee. I'll go back to the main auditorium. We'll have a panel with partners, suppliers, and then the executive panel, and then the Q&A and the closing remarks. Let me remind all of you that this presentation is available in our IR website, both in English and in Portuguese. You can go to our IR website. Let's get started then. Let's give it up for our founders. João Marcelo do Moncel, 3tentos CEO, and Mr. Luiz Osório do Moncel, the Executive Chairman. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you. Good morning, folks. First and foremost, let me thank you for this journey. Some of you have come from afar. You are now here in the country, in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. We want to provide the field experience to you. So today's agenda will include many points of view of our businesses. You'll be not only gathering information, but have a feel of what we do on a day-to-day basis. Good morning, folks. Likewise, let me start by thanking all of you. It's great to see you here. It's wonderful to welcome you here at our tech center, CETEC as we call it. We have the chance to talk to our team so that you can extract as much information as possible. It's just great to welcome all of you here. And keeping our promise on our very first company day, we were going to hold one in São Paulo, one in the country here, in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, so that we can make that connection between the field and the financial center of the country. That's our goal. Our intention is to share information about the Brazilian agribusiness. All right. We've been trying to share information based on three main pillars, which are production, inventory, and demand. And this is what we are going to show you throughout this day. Production, inventory, and demand will be part of everything we do here today. This is our mission, defined 30 years ago, and we have been improving it year after year. We have to focus on these three pillars, generating value to farmers, and of course, research that comes even before that, and ultimately generating value to customers, both domestic and foreign. And of course, having an industry that is more sustainable, that is more promising in a country that has a huge potential, as we all know. On to production. We'll see many demos this morning. First, with this field experience, we want to show you what makes us stand out, and we'll be highlighting these highlights, which are our identity and how close we are to farmers. That's why we're here today. This has been our objective in the past 30 years. The company was founded back in 1995. We're celebrating now our 30th anniversary. And that journey has been focused on what can bring value to farmers. This has been our priority, focusing on technology, management strategies, tools, strategies so that farmers can have more profitability to their businesses. So this is an industry that is healthy, so that farmers can keep on investing with a healthy financial background. This has been the highlights of the company in the past 30 years. Let me now address StoneX numbers from Monday. The forecast for the 2025-26 crop season of 175 million tons, 26 million tons for corn, 105 million tons on the double crop corn. Will be providing 177 million tons of soybeans, and 130 million of corn, 130 million tons of corn. So this country will be adding more and more value, and this is where we come in. We add value to farmers, to the entire trading process, and to promote the use of technology so that a product can reach consumers as fast as possible. And there, logistics comes in there, bringing technology to the state of Rio Grande do Sul. We know the price of soybean meal on the highway or on the port, we know prices vary depending on where they are. So when you can produce that product in the middle of those farms. So this is DDG on a farm. This is value adding. And now focusing on demand, I'm not going to steal the thunder of those that will come after me. But we've seen growing demand as population grows. Not as steep as we once predicted, but as income rises, vegetal/animal protein will be in higher and higher demand. Given the potential we have to produce grains, we have to keep on improving our industry and adding more value in the products where they are produced. This has been our main focus, looking at production, inventory, and demand. And in that 30-year journey, this is something we've learned by living close to farmers. We've been through many cycles. We have good and bad years, and this is an ever-growing cycle, and this can be applied to other areas of the economy. But let me point out, right off the bat, how resilient agribusiness has been, based on technology, productivity, management strategies. Despite those hard years, those years that were not all that good, can still stand out, can be successful, and navigate through those hard times. And at the same time, get ready for those good years. Well, linking to the next panel, farmers are at a better position to discuss these things with you. I'll ask Deborah to invite our partners. They'll help us understand what they are faced with on a day-to-day basis. I think it's important to get to know how they think, what they do. Thank you. Over to you, Deborah.
Obrigada, Luiz. Obrigada, João.
Thank you, Luiz. Thank you, João. Let me give you some information first. There's water available out here. Just let us know, and we can send you some water. Let's get started with the first panel of the day.
Eu chamo aqui à frente Luiz Augusto do Moncel, nosso COO.
Luiz Augusto do Moncel, our COO, and our three farmers, Carlos Pezzini, Daniel Gonçalves, and Peterson Piovesan.
Bom dia, pessoal.
Good morning, folks.
Dia de campo, geralmente a gente dá 2 bons dias para o segundo vir mais forte. Então, bom dia.
On a field day, we have to say good morning at least twice. Good morning, folks. All right, let's have a seat.
Então, pessoal, mais uma vez aí, é prazer, uma alegria estar dividindo esse momento com vocês aqui.
Thank you. It's just great to be here today with you.
Em 2 momentos, né,
even yesterday, we had a chance to get together and share some information. And I do believe that this morning, and we'll have a chance to keep on sharing experience and information. All right, moving on. Piggybacking on what Luiz Osório and João Marcelo said, let's get started with our field panel. We'll be addressing agribusiness, cattle raising, straight from the horse's mouth. People who are in a position that can give us real account of what they do. I am Luis Augusto Moncel. I'm 3tentos COO. I've been with the company for 11 years. I worked in inputs before, and now I'm more focused on grains and the industrial part of the business.
Comentou, né, que então a melhor maneira de falarmos sobre agricultura é com agropecuaristas.
Well, the best way to talk about agribusiness is inviting farmers. And earlier this morning at CETEC, this tech center, we've been hosting events with farmers, but this is the first 3tentos Day after the company went public. We have received many of you, and we are often asked as to what the agriculture looks like, what the outlook is like. So this panel will be addressing these topics, and you have the chance to interact with them over the morning.
So we will start with an introduction from everyone, and before everything else, I'd like to thank you for our usual partnership. We have 3 different kinds of growers from Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso here, but I'll let them introduce themselves. Thales, over to you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Augusto, for inviting me to be here. Thank you to the Moncel family, and welcome to Santa Bárbara do Sul. I'm a farmer, I'm a grower here in this municipality, and I'm happy to see our region hosting an event like this with investors and people from the financial market who have traveled here to see our work in a small town in Rio Grande do Sul. Our farm is based here in the municipality of Santa Barbara and the north of the state of Rio Grande do Sul. We've been doing what we're doing right now we started 28 years ago. My father was an agronomist. He started farming here, and now we're going through a family succession. So I took over the business. I've been doing it for 9 years, helping to manage our business. I had some experience outside the farm in the ag market, and in the last 9 years, I've been helping to run our family business here in Santa Barbara. Our business model here, as most growers in the region, is to grow soybeans, corn, wheat, beans, and we do this in irrigated and non-irrigated areas. So this is a production system that we use. We don't have a lot of investments in livestock, so we work mainly with grain production. And we always try to work with diversification. So we're going to talk about this in the panel, but I think one of the secrets to survive in the ag world with good results is not to place all your eggs in the same basket, to work with diverse crops, summer and winter crops, irrigated and non-irrigated areas, so that you can have more sustainable results. We are outdoors, we depend on the weather, so anything can happen. So you do have to diversify so that you can have consistent results over the years. Okay, thank you, Thales. Over to Danielle. Welcome, Danielle. Good morning. First of all, thank you, 3tentos, a major partner, a company that I admire very much. And thank you for being here. It's an honor and pleasure to speak to such a selected audience. My story and agriculture is a bit different. I come from a farming family, but I worked outside of this industry for 25 years. I worked in a company in healthcare. I started a company that we sold, and I started investing in agriculture about 6 years ago. My wife and I are partners. We're a family company, and we live in the southern part of Rio Grande do Sul, which is a bit different from this reality. We have major climate challenges, but we do have opportunities there in areas that don't have as much agricultural potential. So we have to diversify, and we also produce livestock. We are planting irrigated rice. These are very productive areas for rice. We also grow soybeans, which are irrigated, which in irrigated and non-irrigated areas. And we can get very good yields for soybeans um, by diversifying or changing every year from rice to soybeans. So we see that our yields do better when we switch. We now have irrigated corn. So irrigation has been very important for us. We're also going to test with canola for the next winter. But we use a lot of our pasture lands during the winter for rearing our livestock. And in less productive areas, we use for breeding. So this is how we diversify our farm. And this is the sustainability that we see in agriculture in our region. Yes, and we're talking about calves here, right? So this is what you use that third area for. Okay, so thank you, and we're going to continue with Lau Peterson. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'd like to thank the staff at 3tentos for inviting me to be here. My name is Peterson. I am from Portos Gaúchos in the state of Mato Grosso. We moved to Mato Grosso in the 80s. My family has worked with livestock, and my parents and my uncles still work with livestock. And we came in as a second generation. Sons and the cousins, some of them still work with livestock, but the second generation went into agriculture. So how did we do that? Well, pasture lands are becoming older or getting degraded over time, and we saw that there was a need to renew them. So in our family, we started working in agriculture in 2009. In Mato Grosso, that was in 1986. That's right. We left Paraná and we started in Mato Grosso do Sul. My grandfather was already working with livestock here in the south, and we moved to Mato Grosso. In 2009, we started working in agriculture just to renew the pasture lands. So in 2009, we moved to Mato Grosso. If you know Sinop, we are 230 kilometers to the west. So this was an area that still didn't have the logistics and infrastructure for agriculture, and we started planting rice. And that was, of course, for renewing the pasture. So we started with some small rice areas. We planted soybeans for the first time in 2012. Corn, the first year in which I planted corn after 2012 was 2018 for the winter double crop. As you know, in Mato Grosso, we alternate between soybeans and corn. And corn was cheaper at the time. I could buy it 200 kilometers from where I was. So before that, it still didn't pay for itself. But now with rice, I'm planting a little bit more each year, but it's usually in an area that's being transformed. So an older pasture area where we start facing trouble with our livestock, and then we migrate to agriculture. So we start with rice. This is planted dry, very different from what is done here in the south. So we only use rainwater. And this is a strategy to transform pastures into a growing area. And then we start the soybean and corn system. Our area has very good rainfall, so we're able to do the regular harvest and the winter crop in 100% of the area. We've been having other crops like sesame, but it's still starting off slow. In our area that has a lot of rainfall, it's not as advanced, but in others, their sesame crops are more advanced. So the perfect match for us is soybeans and corn. My father still only works with livestock, and my sister and I are working with agriculture. So after 2022, we also started working with livestock. So all we do is the finishing part of rearing. So my father breeds and rears, and my sister and I do the rest. Okay, so now we're going to have a discussion or a debate, but before we begin going into all of these different topics, I think it's important to conclude these introductions. As you could see, as you could notice, we have three different realities, three different geographies that represent three different stories at 3tentos. Thales has been with the Pezzini family for over 30 years here in Santa Barbara. Daniel is representing the southern part of Rio Grande do Sul that has already gone through a revolution and is constantly seeing revolutions in their agriculture because they have several challenges with the weather, with the soil. And 3tentos has been working in the southern part of the state for over 10 years, and Peterson is representing this last cycle in the last 5 years of our work, which is in Mato Grosso. So during our discussion, we'll be able to hear from the different regions and hear about how 3tentos has managed to stay present and contribute in all of these different areas and moments. So we selected a few topics for our conversation. We thought it would be interesting to take a look back and get your perspective from the business or from outside the business. In Daniel's case, who's on the other side of the bench, so to say, and take a retrospective look at the last 20 years. So what were the main changes that you saw and felt and participated in your work? And this will be a conversation, so please feel free to speak up. Okay, so I'll start us off. Agriculture has changed significantly in the last 20 years. When you look back and think about how things were done 20 years ago and how they're done now, things have changed completely. We had a few waves. If we were to summarize it, there was a first revolution, which was no-till in Rio Grande do Sul, which made agriculture viable. Not tilling the soil and growing and keeping it covered made our soil sustain its productivity for many years, and it becomes more productive with each year. Then we had a second wave, which was biotechnology, and that was very helpful in reducing costs, first in soybeans and then corn, and now it's also present in cotton and other crops. And most recently, we had the digital revolution in agriculture with tools such as precision farming, drones, which help us to get the best information, the most precise information, and more realistic data to serve as the basis for our decisions. Agriculture is an activity that needs to be very efficient in order to be profitable. And that's becoming increasingly true, at least for us. We see that with every year, challenges are greater, production costs are higher, and the value of your product doesn't always keep up. In the last few years, it's gone down, in fact. So margins are becoming tighter. So in order to survive, you need to be very good. You can't make mistakes. And if you do make a mistake, it needs to be a cheap one. But I think that's just a part of our work. We've been doing this for 28 years, and my grandfather has done it for longer than that. We know that agriculture is cyclical. And if we know that, you can't get too excited during the good years, but you also can't get too desperate when you have a bad year, because they will happen. When you have a good year, you need to get ready because you will have losses and bad years. We're price takers. We don't know the prices are going to be given for our products. We can't control our conditions, so you have to be prepared to grow and continue growing in this environment. Yes, I agree with Thales. I won't repeat what he said. I do think that agronomy has evolved significantly in the last few years. There's also been a major change in management. If you look at the last 20 years, many of the growers had inherited their land and they were not as good at managing the business. Unfortunately, many of them were left behind. As Tali said, you have to get prepared for bad years. So now growers have to be good managers. They need to manage their farms very well, otherwise they won't be able to stay in business. And with that, we, especially as we expanded into the Cerrado region, we see new hubs being developed, new business people. A lot of the people who were able to grow ended up buying land from people who were unable to manage their areas. So I think that changed a lot. When you go to any agriculture event, you can see how growers are becoming better on average. If they don't manage things well, they won't survive. So you need to make high investments in order to have excellent results. And I would also add to what Shali said that recently we also implemented crop rotation. I don't think there's any discussion about that anymore. We do need to have different crops for the economic benefit, but also for the agronomic benefits. When we talk about surviving after a bad year, I think it's very important to be aware of that. Experience is always good, and when you're going through a crisis, it's important to hear people who have survived a long time and who are still doing well. And many of them say that you have to diversify. You can't get it right all the time. You can't stop planting rice if it is not doing well and move completely to soybeans, because that's going to ruin your agronomic conditions. And you might get it right for 1 year, but that's going to compromise the following years. So growers are now able to see their business in a different way, and I think that has advanced significantly in the last 20 years. Adding to what Danielle said, crop rotation, I think probably for the southern part of the state, that's the biggest milestone in the last 10 years, what Danielle called alternating between crops. So soybeans have consolidated as a crop, and Rio Grande do Sul found over 1 million hectares in a state that basically already had its area consolidated. So that created a new frontier in the south, and I think it's here to stay. I think that switch has flipped in growers' minds. They understand that they need to do that and that there will be cycles. Rice growers no longer grow only rice, they grow multiple crops, and that's become very common. Now, I know your work, so I'd like to ask about labor. I know that this is something that you focus on. In the last 20 years, how has labor transformed in the farms?
Well, I want you to give us the historical feedback and also the outlook for the future. Well, things have changed. Well, I think this can improve even more in the future, apart from many other new technologies that will come in. We have numbers for the entire chain. Everyone complains about the lack of labor or skilled labor. Well, the major shift I've seen in most farms, if not all, pardon my sincerity, the boss and the pawn. How can pawns question the boss? Hierarchy was very strong, was very different from what we see in companies, in cities. So we have to come to the realization that we need people to work. We cannot evolve without skilled labor. We're no longer relying on intuitive labor, those that had that practical experience, people that could look at a calf and have that intuition to come up with a solution to a problem. Today, things are different. Labor today is trained, is skilled and specialized. You take a young man, a young person out of college, and then you provide the appropriate training program, and they can quickly become a much more skilled worker to implement technologies, to operate machinery. And that is the transformation that is making us change the way we manage people. I truly believe in what I say. There isn't such a thing as shortage of people. So today, rural areas or farms are paying more than the jobs in the city. We, as farmers, have to be better at communicating and implementing that training program. We've seen that happen in large corporations, but we farmers still have a long way to go in that sense. I'm not going to detail every single aspect, but we have to be better at managing people, bringing people to the decision-making table. We have to have a very clear-cut structure in the company. We are no longer in that situation. You have the owner making all the decisions. There has to be a very well-defined culture. And then we'll be able to brag and say, it's good to be working out in the field. Farms are paying better than a job in the city. And then we'll be able to attract even more qualified people. Young people love to play video games, right? If the young people, love video games, they'll love to operate our machinery. It's almost like a video game. There's so much technology embedded in machinery today. Anyway, we have to improve in that sense. But what is key is no longer being a company run by the owner only. We have to be a company with its own culture. A company that can be sold. Farmers don't want to talk about it, but it's a company. If my children, if my successors don't want to run the business, they're not qualified enough, it has to be something that can be sold. And that kind of vision will bring about a better company vision. What's your take, Pedersen, in Mato Grosso? What's your take on the past 20 years? We're very far away from you here, but the realities are pretty much the same. Just like Thales said at the beginning, there have been many changes. Back in 2005, agriculture was just starting. So we have a very short history. But the main driver has been costs. Higher production costs, lower margins, and you fix the plane mid-flight. Technologies came in. You can no longer work without technology, especially biotechnology. In Mato Grosso, for example, this is very clear. You have a soybean plant that is much earlier, way more efficient in transforming light into grains, shorter cycles, higher yields, not only for soybeans, but also in corn. We can plant corn in 100% of the area. So biotech revolutionized our business because margins are more squeezed. And one thing leads to another. Just like out in the field, telemetry, GPS, auto steering, everything has come to help us correct the minor mistakes. You'd be losing something here in the crushing phase. Anyway, so farmers had to be more qualified. They had to become business people in order to survive and also to increase their margins. There are many farmers relying to old systems because of their profile, their age. I can give an example in my family. For example, my parents, my uncles, they are in the 70s. They are not willing to change, but they've been doing the same thing for 40 years. They say, well, I'd rather stick with slower or lower margins, but I want to keep doing what I know what to do. And then the second generation comes in, which is more willing to take risks, to learn, to innovate. So that has changed the scenario. Cattle raising, 20 years ago, no one paid attention to the cattle. Today, you have to provide them with feed, just salt. When I was a kid, I remember that very well. You would put a bag of salt, and then you would treat the cattle like that in the late 90s. In the early 2000s, you would apply or you would give cattle some feed. Slaughter was at 4 years. Now we're slaughtering cattle when they are 2.5 years old. So that has changed dramatically. Everything driven by lower margins. The markets have changed. Farmers' profiles have changed. I started planting corn in 2018. I planted for 4 years just soybeans alone. I planted some brachiaria. Now we have ethanol mills. Anyway, the market has changed. In Mato Grosso, if you were to talk to a corn farmer in 2006, they just planted corn for the crop residue. So they would produce 50, 60, 40 would be okay too. That's not the case today with biotechnology, early materials. And then you are in that win-win cycle. You produce more soybeans, the fertilizers are better. You have the fertilizers there. You plant corn. You have more fertilizers from corn. You have more stover. The soil profile is better. The yields will be better next year. So it's a win-win cycle. Oh, these are excellent insights. And I think you've noticed that we have three farmers that are very skilled. It's not a coincidence that they've been with us in the past 3 years and also in China. Thales, Daniel, and Pedersen is joining us this year. Based on what you've already said, we can come to the conclusion that you have a more comprehensive vision on the business. You talked about the history in the past 20 years. And what's your take on the future? What will be playing a key role in our industry? What can companies, i.e. farms, can do to face the challenges in the future? I know we're pressed for time, so I ask you to be brief. Thales mentioned that we have good years, bad years, and the only thing we can be certain of, this is not going to change. Let me start this time with Pedersen. What's your take on these issues? Well, it's a very dynamic industry, right? Looking ahead 20 years down the road, it's difficult to predict what will happen. But farmers will become business people. They have to be entrepreneurs. They have to take the knowledge from those traditional farmers, those that know everything there is to know about the agriculture, and they have to combine those more office-oriented farmers. They know how to forward sell, how to perform a hedging operation. So this is going to be our reality from now on. It's key to survive in this business is to protect your costs. You may not have much margins, but you have more security. You have to be certain you have covered your costs and got some profit out of it. And we have to be resilient to face all cycles. Farmers are aware of that. They are becoming more and more knowledgeable. In our business, we are in that family transition. The patriarchs started in the 70s and the 80s. Now they're passing the baton to the next generation. We all make mistakes, we know. Children may not be all that familiar with the management part of the business. There'll be some rookie mistakes. It's only natural. But you have to be careful in that succession process. You want to keep the family in the agribusiness so that you don't split the business. The business is or belongs to the family. We have to be careful in the succession process so that we can have continuity. And we have to be prepared for those cycles, the ups and downs. You can't get excited in a good year. In good years, farmers themselves may be shooting themselves in the foot. And then when there's a bad year, they can't bring costs down. But all depends on opportunities. You have to look at the glass half full. Well, there are hardships in bad years, yes. But you have to manage to stay afloat and try to understand it's only a bad phase. It's great to renew your fleet at the end of a bad year. Companies need to sell machines. Today, you can buy machines from 2023. Prices will come down after a bad year. So when everyone is buying, in 21, you had to place an order 10 months ahead of time. And you just don't know what the price will be. If you don't want it, if you're not willing to take it, someone else will. So you have to try to navigate these ups and downs so that you can survive in the long run. Let me ask you about AI. We've been talking about it left and right. What's your take on AI in agribusiness? I agree with Patterson 100%. Succession and governance go hand in hand. I was asked the other day, what was my take about the leadership of companies? I'm not talking about 3tentos, that's different. I'm talking about farms themselves. And the major difference in management between farms and regular companies is that most leaders are working on a farm. Some of them cannot lead, they were not trained to lead. This has been changing, and we still have a long way to go. We have to have leaders that are trained to do so, that are willing to do it, and they are prepared to be there. And my take is run a farm as a company, not as a family business. We have to better manage people, and AI is here to stay. I use it every day. I use everything all the time. It's going to be a lot easier to qualify people, but we have to look for a different kind of professional, not someone with just intuition. You need someone that can help you run self-driving tractors, someone that can help us use AI even to manage costs or the overall day-to-day management of the company. We just don't know what will happen in the future. Self-driving tractors, self-driving combines, these technologies will come in a matter of years. This has been happening in some places because of telemetry, but we'll be in large control rooms surrounded by monitors. You can run a business. Of course, we'll need people out in the field, but many of those things will be conducted in a control room. I don't know, maybe in São Paulo, running farms all over the country. There are companies that are doing it. They still need operators out there on the field, of course. But things will change dramatically. Luis Rosario and João Marcelo have said that. We've been discussing about food produced in the lab, but what feeds the world is real food. There's no turning back. We have to take into account the environment, of course, the potential in Cerrado in degraded grazing land. We still have 40 million hectares to expand. So the potential is huge. And in conclusion, I agree. Farmers will have to look elsewhere. You have to know how to hedge. your operation. You have to be knowledgeable about the finances of your company. Cerrado is way ahead of us. We have to move away from traditional financing schemes and we have to resort to more elaborate structures. And you can help us a more complex credit scheme that will help us in the longevity of the company. We've just signed that credit. I think it's going to be called Co-Agro, right? A new credit line, I think, to work on degraded pastures, to take into account the environmental issues. Again, we'll have to resort to more complex credit lines. This is going to help farmers dramatically too.
Well, adding to what my fellow panelists have said, I really believe that in the next 20 years, and maybe not only 20, maybe in the next 100 years, for those who are going to continue working with agriculture, you will need to reduce variability in your results. I think variation is inherent to our business, but the secret is becoming more sustainable throughout the years and not just try to have so many cycles, try to get consistent results over the years. I think that's the biggest challenge for a grower. And how do you do that? Well, there are several ways. AI, as you said, will be very helpful in operating and reducing costs and analyzing data. We now have abundant data, but data in itself doesn't do anything. What do you do based on that? Managing people in order to have more quality in your operations and have a better succession. So I think about that a lot. What do I need to do now to invest in my farm, in soil quality, irrigation? I mean, that's essential for us in the South. That's one of the technologies that is the most important for growers to use. When they think about the next investments, if they can install irrigation, I would do that. Agriculture has very tight margins. And how do you survive consistently? Maybe not earning that much a year, but maybe more the next year and grow little by little. So I think that's the point we need to get to. Speaking as a grower, we need to have good partnerships too. It's becoming more complex to grow. There's AI, there's details on products, on trading, on financing, on managing people. And growers, have to balance many plates at the same time. So we need to have good partnerships in order to keep everything standing. So 3tentos is an example of that. They go from producing seeds, providing it to growers, helping with technical support, processing, adding value. So I think this kind of partnership is very helpful. We try to diversify our activities, as I said. So one of the things we did was to invest in seed production to try to improve the products that we produce. So 3tentos is a partner in producing seeds. And then when we want to invest, for example, in canola, who's going to buy it? You need to have a partner in your region to help you with that. So that helps also in providing more stable results. Well, we have about 10 minutes, so we're coming to the end of our panel, but let's start with Danielle for this last question. Connected to this permanence in activity and sustainability, economic and environmental agriculture. Something that all three of you raised was diversification. This is a tool that mitigates risks and also helps to reach better results. So you've mentioned the diversification that you have in your case with crops and livestock. So if you can tell us a little bit about diversification as a strategy to mitigate risks and also improve cash flow and other results. Right, we have a program called Eco Invest. I forgot about that before. So, Luis Augusto, first we need to understand the environment we are in. Each one will be different. We're in one state which is completely different from others. So first you have to understand your environment. When you understand it, when you know the challenges that you face, what do you need to do to bring stability to your business? What Thales mentioned is essential. Any company, even if your EBITDA is 2 minus 20 or 1.7, needs to be stable, and when we need to always provide it. We are an open air plant due to commodity prices, and in order to have stability, you need to have diversification and understand where you are. In our case, it makes sense to grow calves. Housing animals is something that can add to it, but it's not something that you need to have. You can grow them outdoors in 2 years at a lower cost, but you might not need that. You always need this. So in agriculture, if you want to grow corn with irrigation without needing to rotate crops, you will need to have the right conditions. If you can have 100% irrigation, I mean, it's never going to be 100%, but you can have the most you can, and that will help you in growing corn and then rice. So I really believe in this. You need to look at the environment you're in, what you need to grow in that area so that you can have more diversification. And one thing I really believe in is to not make our farms a technology system, a technology development system, and use a company like 3tentos for this. Let's grow well. Let's do what we know how to do. We're farmers. Otherwise, we're going to start doing a lot of testing, and it can get off the hand. So it's important to see what will work for you. Of course, follow agronomical processes, but try to focus on what you've done, what has been tested at a larger scale, and that you can do very well. Okay, so Danielle, if you have a final message, and we'll have to wrap up in 5 minutes. No, I won't take too much time. Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. As I said, you learn a lot and you have to reflect when you do something like this. And after a panel, you usually write a lot down of things that you can do better. So thank you very much. Diversification, as I said before, is one of the keys to success in agriculture. We have several examples of growers who dedicated themselves to soybeans, an area which they rent and plant soybeans, and they have one source of income, one source of revenue per year, investing all their money in a single kind of investment. This tends not to work. It might work for 1 or 2 years, but in agriculture, you won't be able to survive if you only make money 1 or 2 years. You need to earn money every year. So diversification is basic, it's fundamental, and you have to know your production world. Here in Rio Grande do Sul, you can plant wheat and canola in the winter. You can have pastures in the winter. In summer, you can have corn, you can have soybeans. You can even have a double crop if you plant early. So that's the secret, not just counting on a single thing. That really helps with cash flow. We often ask, what's the best time to buy fertilizer? Well, usually January or February, but you're only going to harvest it in April. But if you can plant it before, you can get money before. Or you can buy before the end of the year, and that gives you opportunities to balance your cash flow for your income tax, but that requires making money over the years. We have many dairy farmers that have income every 2 weeks in their farm. So, I mean, it's important to look at your strategy so that you can keep yourself sustainable for many years. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing us to talk about our own reality, and I hope that everyone has a great day. And I hope that you understand a little bit about what we do. And thank you, 3tentos, for this event, and long live this company. I hope that we can count on you for many years on helping us grow. Thank you, Pedersen. Well, considering sales cycles and price, in our country, we are deeply affected by logistics, and this affects us at the end. In Mato Grosso, a bit more than in other places, because of how far we are. There's something that we don't look at as much, but we work with soybeans and corn. In soybeans, it's very hard for us to store in Mato Grosso because we have wet and hot weather. So when you silo it, if it's closer to the standard, after 60 days, it will be out of standard. It's very hard. So sometimes you need to sell in a time in which you don't have a very good premium. Of course, you need to check. With corn, you can work over the year, you can hold it. We have a very dry season. If you don't have space, you can leave it out. And if you have the opportunity of having a third crop, that's the best, because that gives you 3 options to sell throughout the year. With soybeans, you're a bit more restricted in storage. It does rot in the silo for us, so we cannot hold all kinds of soybean for price speculation. And then we have the corn crop very quickly. We usually harvest in from January to March, and then in May you have corn. So I think there's more infrastructure here. I think you have more storage capacities. So we are now working with cattle raising there as well. So that gives you more revenue. Sometimes you can remove your soybeans from the silo and have future sales, and it's important to have good partners for this to happen. Partners like 3tentos. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for your time and for being available. I'm sure that this was very fruitful to kick off our Investor Day. And we also count on you so that we can continue with this partnership, because we can help each other out and grow together. We have many good years in this partnership. So thank you, and thank you, everyone. We'll continue with our event.
Obrigada, pessoal.
Thank you, everyone. Thales, Daniel, and Peterson. Those were great contributions, a lot of insight. That will definitely be mentioned in our next panel, which will be with our Research, Development, and Innovation team, the area we call PDI in Portuguese. So I'd like to invite Alan Arauji, our marketing director, Gabriele Lima, market development specialist, and Marlon Bastiani, researcher. Let's give them a hand.
Pessoal, bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. We have to start by thanking you for being here. We know that it takes a long time to get here, so thank you once again. So we want to give practical examples of what we discussed about the field. We talked to Danielle, Thales, and Peterson. This is our 4th company day, so it's the first time we're hosting it here in the field. The first year it was held in São Paulo, then last year was in São Paulo again, and this year we decided to host it here in our first research center. I'm here with Gabi, a market developer, and Marlo, a researcher. But what do they do, or what have they been doing? What does the PDI structure do in a company like ours? Our central core, as you've heard, is that we focus on growers. We do everything we can to make them happy. So what is our intention here? First, we want to differentiate research, development, and innovation. Why do we do research if we don't develop products? We have strategic partners, and we'll have a panel about that as well. And we have products, but we understand that we need to have a grower's outlook. We need to look at what is happening out in the field, just as we did in the previous panel. So our research is based on looking at the crops, because we know that farmers work in a very broad system. That's the main point. The second one is development. Everything it is done is in research needs to be transferred to the field. And it needs to have that language. So this is what we do in our development. We are translating and transferring technology into production. And innovation is focused on resolving issues for growers. Our intention is not to own a value chain, but our intention is to shape it. With strategic partners, we have been finding solutions that can be taken to the field, translated for our growers. So this is what we do. But what's behind this entire research structure? Everything we do is based on 7 pillars. The first is validating and advancing technologies. So understanding them and testing them so that we can take them out to the field. The second one is validating formulations and recipes. As you know, we need to find out what works and what doesn't work and communicate that to our growers. The third is to have biotechnologies and cultivars. Most of the success for growers is getting the genetics right, but also through biotechnology, understanding where to plant them, when, and how. So providing that information. The fourth pillar is assessing our production system. Danielle said that he understands that growers should not be testing everything, but they should have partners like us who can bring this information to them. And the remaining 3 are related to training technical teams and growers, generating demand, and finding strategic partnerships with our suppliers and other companies so that we can drive the value chain in agriculture. But without further ado, Marlon, I'm going to give you the pointer so that you can tell us a little bit about where we are in research, what we do, and continue this conversation. Great, Alan. Good morning, everyone. So, as Alan said, we're going to give you more information about our research style. So, In the previous panel, we heard about the different weather, the different crops, and the different conditions in each region. Each region of Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso has their own specificities, so we have to allocate our research centers based on that so that we can provide regional information aligned with growers' reality. So in order to do that, we have research centers in Santa Barbara do Sul. This was the first one where we are today. We also have a research center in Vera, and we're now starting one in Porto Alegre do Norte. So these are our research centers, and they concentrate basic research. We currently have been accredited by the Ministry of Agriculture, which allows us to assess technologies and products that will be used in the next 10 years. We're one of the very few companies that have accreditation to do that. So this is where we do basic research.
And then you have those areas in white, which are our hubs, usually on a farmer's ground, or even in partnerships with universities, private research institutes, and some government-owned as well. This is how we are distributed in the state of Rio Grande do Sul and in the state of Mato Grosso. All those research centers study many crops: soybeans, corn, wheat, canola. We have just started in the last crop season. We are going to be showing you success stories, and then rice, further in the south of the state. And in Mato Grosso, soybeans, corn, sorghum, both states include cattle growing. Here are some numbers from those plots. On your right, you see some squares. Every area, every rectangle actually, is a plot in which products are validated, a biotechnology or a cultivar is validated. We have a lot of numbers from soybeans, corn, over 12,000 plots. It's repeated 4 times, so it's over 3,000 management practices that have been tested out in 2025. This is how comprehensive our research is. Still talking about the plots, let me give you the example of canola. We have researched all the way from the planting phase. In soybeans, what could be applied in canola? We conducted research throughout the cycle of the crop. And then you can make good management decisions based on those numbers. This can be transformed into data-based recommendation. Those 12,000 plots will come down to this chart. We can provide information to farmers, transfer technology, train our teams. So this is information that can be carried to the field. Costs are on the rise, margins are tighter and tighter. You need research information as well as return on investment. Let me hand it over to Gabriele to talk about development. I'm here to represent the D in development. Welcome to our home. We're very happy to have you all here. Just like Marlon said, I'm here to represent the D part of it. That's the communication from research to farmers. Let me give you some examples. There are those plots that will be transformed into charts, and we'll try to provide a simplified message to farmers, talking about profitability, margins, and the scientific information. We have to show them what the return on investments will be. We've been researching canola, the focus of our research this year, and this is a fertilizer essay. Different investment levels, different applications in different cycles. On the top, that was the profitability. In yellow, in green, 31 bags, 33, 37, 36, 39, and 40 bags. At the bottom, the ROI. What do I mean by that? Investing more not necessarily will bring more profitability, so it's up to us to explain that to farmers. When we welcome farmers, when they come here, they ask us, is it worth it? Is it worth the price? Will I have more yields? What the net profit will be? Not the highest investment did not generate the most profitability. That's our commitment with our farmers, our clients. Let me show you the case of canola. Well, historically, that crop was planted in the past, but it did not have success because we lacked the technology and the genetics. We ran into many technical issues, and logistics came in the way. Not every company had the trading processes in place. And why are we bringing you this case? We reintroduced canola in the state. Now, it has been a successful experience. Let me describe farmers here. Winter is challenging. Wheat is not always profitable. We were looking for other alternatives that could become profitable. And then canola came into play. It's a profitable solution for the winter crop. Is it replacing wheat? No, it's a supplementary crop. We've been talking about diversification, and I do believe it plays an important role in sustainability. A very important crop, therefore. Here's what we did. Marlon talked about the research. We had over 1,800 plots for canola alone. We came from 0 to 50,000 hectares of canola in the state. This is a success case in terms of sales, but we had that technical responsibility to support farmers. Many of them were not familiar with canola, did not know how to plant canola, so we had to be there with them. So this is all we did from the get-go. The profitability, we brought in farmers and we were supporting them all the way through. Essays, technical rounds, we know what we are talking about. We have to be closer to farmers. We are a distribution company after all, and we are close to them, and we have that direct access. We can bring research results to the field. It's not always that easy in research institutions elsewhere. So these results helped farmers in making their management decisions, providing the necessary support they needed. Over 50 training programs were provided. We had many activities with farmers. We had canola quite recently here. where we are standing today. But there was another challenge. We had a technical team, about 72 stores throughout the state. So our responsibility was to convey that knowledge to them. We have to speak the same language, convey the same message. In other words, our representatives are not only focused on products, they have to have the necessary information, they have to have the knowledge in management. We've been talking about diversification, different systems. We shouldn't be focusing on one segment only. This is what makes us stand out. We can diversify. Research brings in information, quality information, that is, by providing return on investment information, innovative research, and something new, innovation, in other words. This is what attracts farmers. So this is what we have been doing. And lastly, these gatherings with farmers. We provide them direct, simple communication. We are close to farmers, literally. We implement systems that will help them. Everything that is a challenge is transformed into a solution to farmers. This is what we do day in, day out. Thank you all for being here. Wonderful, Gabi and Marlon. In conclusion, let me just make a comment here. It's a company made up of farmers. Most of us are farmers or the children of farmers. On average, farmers get 17 sales reps on average. On average, they'll listen to 3. So our goal today is to be one of those 3. And in order to do so, we have to talk about crops. You cannot talk about products. Products is the means, but we have to talk about crops. And when we listen to farmers, let me make a simple calculation. Take a farmer today from the 163 highway in Porto dos Gaúchos or here. 100 hectares, you can apply the multiples there. A 100-hectare farmer, including machinery and the infrastructure in place, it's a 15 million equity on average. With a net equity of 15 million, we have to help them move that equity so that it can become profitable. Not with the products approach, but the business longevity. These are our goals. So in conclusion, our P is to understand, the D is to transfer, and our I is to address farmers' products. Innovation is finding out what they need to help farmers, which is the driving force behind our business. Thank you. Congratulations, Gabi and Marlon. We wanted to bring 2 professionals that are on the field every day to bring information why we need research, products, and development in a company like ours. Over to you, Deborah. Thank you. This is the last segment of this first portion of the morning. We'll break for coffee, but some announcements first. We have a gift for you to thank you for being here. This is a voucher that can be used in the 3tentos marketplace. You have to use the voucher today. So use this coffee break or during the lunch break. When we go back to the auditorium, our biodiesel truck, our combines, take a chance to take pictures. So we'll be back in 20 minutes. See you then.
desta manhã, 3tentos Day 2025. Espero que tenham aproveitado o coffee.
So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed
Reforçando a
that
nossa
break.
questão dos vouchers, estão todos em
To
cima
talk
das
about the
mesas.
vouchers
Também temos
again,
um momento
they're
no
all on
almoço,
the
caso
table
vocês
and
queiram voltar,
over lunch. If you
seus
want
vouchers.
to
Lembrando que é apenas para o evento de
exchange your
hoje, né?
vouchers,
Algumas
you can,
situações
but they are only
nessa
valid for
hora. E além
today's
disso, quem nos
event. So
acompanha pela transmissão ao vivo, nós
feel free to go to our
também
store.
temos
And if you're watching us online, we also have our online marketplace where you can also get your items.
Vamos nos acomodando
Okay, so let's take our seats. Let's settle down so that we can continue with the next panel. I know that you want to network with others, but we're also going to have a lunch break for that. And now we're going to start our next panel with partners. We're going to talk about the future scenario and perspectives for Brazilian agriculture. Sharing this panel, we will have João Marcelo de Moncel, our CEO, and our guests, Eduardo Monteiro, Country Manager at Mosaic Fertilizers, and Nácio Bartolomé, CEO of GBM. Let's give them a hand. Good morning once again, everyone. So now we've left the field and we're going to continue our program indoors. We're very happy to be here, and we've brought in two great partners for 3tentos. It's very important. We've heard from growers, we've heard from clients who are also our partners in a different level. And this is our support structure, the people who provide products, technologies, and advances. So we're going to talk about a few topics, but before we start this panel, I would like to ask Monteiro and then Renacio to introduce themselves and talk about their companies. I know most of you already know them, but it's important for them to introduce themselves, and thank you once again for being here with us and for this partnership. I'm happy to talk to another part of our partners who are also with us every day, and I'm referring here to you. Thank you, Marcelo. Thank you for inviting us to be here. It's an honor, and I want to extend my gratitude to Marcelo and the entire family, congratulating you for this event, for this day, and also for this long, successful history with this organization. Mosaic, the company I lead here in Brazil and in Paraguay, is very proud to be your partner. We are always seeking partners that can help us, that can increase our penetration capacity in the field, and we're seeing how this happens in practice by meeting clients, working together with them. The best measure is when you hear that people like you, and it's no different here. People really like doing business with a company that is reliable, that gives you a sense of confidence, that brings in technologies. And our company is the biggest player in phosphorus and potassium in the world. So we're working with new inputs, regenerative agriculture. We're also going into a new segment, which is fertilization. So we're bringing in technology, and partnerships like this one help us to meet our goals, which is at the end of the day to grow the food the world needs in a very simple way. I think that's what makes a big difference. We're here in an investor day with representatives from financial institutions, and I'm sure that this experience will help you understand how simple things are in the field. We talk to our workers, we talk to people every day, and we're always seeking partners who are simple and agile and who help us in servicing farmers, which are our end customers. Thank you for inviting me to be here. It's an honor. Thank you, Ignacio. Hi, I'm Argentinian, so I'll have to speak Spanish. And I hope you understand me. So obviously, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to be here. We're here with the team and 3tentos, which is not only a partner, but an example of a family owned business that knows where it's headed and focuses on growers. This is what you have to prioritize so that you can offer solutions that will add value. Because if you're adding value to a grower, you're adding value to 3tentos. This is our philosophy, and I think that's why we have such a good partnership, and that's why we have such a good relationship. And again, this is a fantastic company, family owned, that is expanding, and I think you serve as great role models for the market. I started in '82 in Argentina, and we focus on four crops: soybean, corn, rice, and sunflower. And we're also focusing on traditional biotechnology tools like OGMs, and we're the main soybean growers in the world. One out of every 12 hectares in the world is being grown with our genetics. So we have been working in Africa, in the European Union, and also in China. And are our most important crop, but corn is also very important for us. We're the third biggest in Latin America. We're now expanding to the US. Wheat, we have 50% of the market share in South America. And sunflower is being developed mostly in Europe. Wonderful. So it's important to realize how much technology and how much power we have between these two companies in generating technology and providing yield gains for growers. Inácio, starting with you, when it comes to technology, it's amazing, like you said, how 1 to 2 hectares in the world has GDM technologies, or 1 out of 7, excuse me. So this is due to the effort that you've made with technology for many years. What are the main technology pillars for you? So what sustains the company now, and what technologies will continue to create revolutions, not only in soybeans, but other crops, as you mentioned? What's going to continue providing farmers and our entire industry higher yields, increasingly higher yields, so that we can continue growing foods and biofuels? Perfect. I'll put it simply. I think it's mostly about genetic breeding. So what we do is basically cross varieties of a same cultivar. They will have many offspring, and we test them across several locations for many years to see which varieties have the highest yields in different situations. We're focusing first in yield, second in yield, and third in yield, and then we try to adapt these varieties to be resistant against diseases. This is something that growers pay to do. So this is the process that we are doing. We're crossbreeding, testing for many years. So breeders or seed growers are the ones who are able to have many crosses and then test at several locations at a very low cost. So it's much more about developing in scale and operation than in technology. In the last few years, what happened was that instead of trying to identify what variety or what hybrids are the most adapted for a specific region, they started to predict what hybrid in the breeding program will have the best yields, so that you can shorten the times you have from the crossbreeding to launching a product in the market. 30 years ago, this took 12 years. Now we can do it in about 3 years because we're using a lot of technology to make these predictions. And basically, the technology that most affects our business is applied statistics. We're talking about AI, but this is something that we've been using in our industry for 10 to 12 years. What's happening is that since the of inputs are much higher now than they were 15 or 20 years ago, the cost of analyzing DNA in soybeans and corn is much lower. The first time we did it, it took an entire year, and it costs like maybe $1 billion 20 years ago. And now it maybe costs $100 or $6 for a plant species. So it's very easy to analyze the specific DNA of an entire germplasm, and it's much cheaper. So you have lower computing cost, you have lower DNA sequencing costs, and with drones and other kinds of hardware tools, we're able to assess the phenotype, the visible characteristics, at a greater scale and a much lower cost. So if we can connect the information you have from DNA and the information you have of the physical characteristics, so plant height, yield, grain size, and so on, you can find statistical models and create correlations to see what part of the DNA provides certain characteristics. And that allows you to predict what varieties will do well in each region. So this is what impacts breeding the most, and of course, yield increases. That means that we can launch products faster and we can be more precise because, again, in the genetic gain formula, this is what we try to increase every day, which is the highest yield potential for a plant variety. And what affects this equation is time. If you can do it faster, you can increase the genetic potential, and this has changed significantly in the last 20 years. Before you got 5 to 10% a year, excuse me, 0.5 or 0.1% a year, and now we are at 2% a year. So this is what we're seeing. So I can tell you much more about that, but gene editing will be the future and will allow you to, once you identify a gene, that you'll be able to edit it, and in 6 months you will have a variety that has been converted and edited without needing to introduce a gene from a different species, because that would reduce regulatory approval times and would make it faster to get to the market. Yes, so shortening the cycle increases the speed in which generations pass, and that gives you much more efficiency. Now, Monteiro, what is your take on that? What technology impacts agriculture in general, specifically in your area, which is nutrition and fertilizers? Just to remind you, 3tentos works across 3 main lines in inputs. We have seeds, and then all of the crops we saw before. Of course, soybeans are the highlight, but we're also growing in corn, also double crop, sugarcane, sorghum, rice. And the second one is protecting cultivars. And this is the entire part that protects plants. So fungicides, insecticides, everything that protects plants. and the segment that Monteiro is representing on this debate, which is fertilizers. So you have genetics, the material that will deliver the production potential. You have the basis, which is the nutritional part that will make this genetics be expressed and provide the highest yield, and the protection. So you have no external undesirable interference. So Monteiro, what can you tell us about this pillar, fertilizer, in this context? Marcelo, before I talk about fertilizers specifically, I think it's important to provide some context to the moment that agriculture is in. As you know, we have a high level of debt, credit scarcity, and high interest rates. So we are, the level of indebtedness will take maybe 2.5 harvests to pay on average. Some people have more, some people have less. So what is the role we play in bionutrition, bioinputs, and seeds? We need to help growers navigate this environment, which is not very easy. We know that profitability is very difficult, even below what was normal before the COVID pandemic. In this context, something we've been developing is technology. So how do we take growers out of that? It is by investing in technology and managing costs very well. In the growers panel, we heard some of the challenges that they raised, and one of them is managing risks. So we're here to help growers make the best decisions at the end of the day. And I have no doubt that one of the decisions that they will need to take into account is to be efficient in their investments in technology. We need to help growers to grow more. That's the only way in which we leave crying aside. People say that this year has been difficult, we're not growing. Agriculture is very resilient. It's cyclical. We go through normal cycles. So we need to bring in more technology. And in this industry, Mosaic is selling 10.5 million tons of fertilizer. Brazil imports 85%, and of the 15 produced in Brazil, 55% is our share. And we also import. So in this 10.5 million, 20% of our product portfolio are high added value, which means they include technology and they help growers to grow more, to make the most of the genetic potential that GDM is providing. We have a phosphorus source in the market that is translated into more bags per hectare. I'm just mentioning fertilizer here, but we see a big transformation in the bionutrition segment. Obviously, agribusiness goes through cycles. This is absolutely natural, and it's a part of our business, but bionutrition is here to stay. And I'm talking about bionutrition without considering biocontrol. We have some colleagues here who work with crop protection, but they also play a relevant role in this context. And we've been seeing that growers in Brazil are avid for technology. If you bring technology in, they will try it out. And normally the first users are the ones who will adopt these new technologies and have the best results and returns at the end of the day. So with bionutrition, we've been combining nutrition, of course, depending on Brazilian legislation. We hope that it gets passed by the Ministry of Agriculture this year, but our goal is not simply to reduce costs and use less fertilizer, but we want to give growers a product that will absorb nutrients more, and as they do that, they will produce more at the end of the day. This is our aim. Within that context, we can also see that the climate stress that we have been facing gives irrigation a greater role. We have 90 million hectares in Brazil, and a large share of it is irrigated. It was 4 million in the past, and it might reach 30 to 40 million this year, according to our estimates. In this segment, we've also been working with product lines for irrigated areas that will combine nutrition and irrigation. These are lines that are used in cash crops like fruits, coffee, citrus. Soybeans have been using them as well. So there's a lot of potential to use technology, increase efficiency, and help growers to grow more.
I think it's very clear. Technology and all the evolution is here to stay, and there's no stopping it. It's only getting bigger. And when you bring in new technologies and that ever-growing technology, with that context, what's the role of companies like 3tentos in your business? Is it product distribution, or, as we like to say it, knowledge distribution in the form of products? And this can only happen through partners. What's your take on our role in distributing your products and services? What has your experience been like in working with us? Well, let me first explain seeds. There are two business models. One is to sell to a multiplier, and then you do the distribution. You do it in soybeans and wheat. We license for a new variety to a company like 3tentos. They are also a multiplier, and they invest in the production of that seed. It's a partnership with farmers directly, and then they process it, and they distribute and sell them to farmers. This is one of the models, licensing. And then there's another model for hybrids and canola and corn. We develop the hybrids, we invest in the production, and then we distribute those seeds through companies like 3tentos. As I was saying, things are becoming more complex. It's getting more and more difficult to explain how new products are better than the old ones. We've heard that farmers get 17 reps with different products, different prices, different levels of knowledge. The way we see it, the top partners are those that grow not only in speed, but they grow constantly. These are the partners that focus on conveying the information from our company to farmers directly. They'll filter it out, they'll simplify the message, and adapt it to that type of farmer. Farmers with different production models, with double crop corn or double crop soybeans. In Mato Grosso, that double crop can be with sorghum, with wheat, so the same variety has to be presented differently. Companies like 3tentos play a very important role, the way we see it. And they take that more sustainable approach in connecting to farmers and bringing our technology to the field. And using gene editing, from our point of view. You may have varieties and hybrids that are way more specific, and then you can develop soybeans that has more oil content, and then 3tentos can purchase that soybeans because they'll be processing it and will have better yields in converting that into biodiesel. Well, it may be more difficult to take that knowledge to farmers so that farmers can absorb that information and be convinced that it's good business. And then we'll consider the repurchase of that grain. I know that today you stand out because of that characteristics. You will become even more essential to the entire industry. The focus, again, is on the knowledge of the product you're selling. Let me piggyback on what Ignacio said. Let me provide a different angle. Mosaic is 21% market share in Brazil today. And in order to be effective in that market share, you have to establish partnerships that can grant you access to farmers and to show those small farmers why they should like us. And when you work with partners that are regionalized, they have an important portion of that equation, which is relationship. That can make a huge difference today. 3tentos is a great organization, a public company, but they still maintain that characteristic, which is take good care of their people, their customers, their farmers, highly trained personnel that can interact with clients, understand what they need, and present them with the best solutions possible. And that's where our partnership comes in. Our capacity to identify partners like you and to be effective in that journey. This is a huge difference. We can talk about technology, of course, that plays a role. We talk about financial soundness, credibility. Reputation is everything in this business. This is a player that not only trades inputs, but they trade grains. They are in the biofuels chain that provides security to farmers. It gives them a competitive advantage. That's the player I want to be associated with so that we can all be successful at the end of the day. But the main characteristics is think regionally. Be close to farmers by bringing in technology from GDM, technology from Mosaic with a very qualified team. And when we compare you to other players, I can clearly see that you can stand out. And all I have to do is to congratulate you. I was talking to your HR head the other day, and I asked her, why is it that we are so close? What are the characteristics that make you be that close partners? Be next to farmers and understand their needs. Your HR head is a farmer. That's the answer. That's part of your DNA, and that's why we're true partners. Well, let me just say this. There's another important part of that relationship. You have to understand what farmers need today and tomorrow, and we're focused on breeding. We do have product development teams, market development teams, but when you have partners that can convey that need and to tell us what we have to develop for the future, that is key. As things are getting more and more complex, focus is on producing and not doing research. But the more complex agriculture is in the future, the more you have to focus on what you do and what you do well. But you have to make sure that the chain remains connected and there is good information flow. 3tentos and other distribution companies are very capillary. They're very close to farmers, gather their information, then convey upstream, not from the product downstream, but also from the farmer upstream. That information has to flow both ways. Well, great. That's wonderful to hear your take on that market. We've been keeping that communication channel through development, bringing information and knowledge back and forth to the field. So all that infrastructure is completely connected to researchers, to companies like GDM and Mosaic, among other important partners we have. Just like Inácio said, there's the reverse flow that will guide them in their work so they can be better in looking for new technologies. Well, along the same lines, Montero talked about the current scenario in agriculture today. At the beginning, I talked about the cycle, the good years, the bad years. Well, let me hear your take from you, Inácio, and from you too. Inácio, of course, will bring that perspective from Argentina. There are many cause and effect consequences. But I want to hear your take on the outlook on a midterm basis or long-term basis. A company like Mosaic believes in Brazil and the Brazilian agribusiness, but can you give us some more color on those scenarios? Let me talk about fertilizers and then I'll expand to other areas. This year, with all these coming back and forth, increasing sales, 2 million tons, a 2 to 4% increase. However, this growth in volume is not translated in nutrients because the market has been growing, but with products with less nutrients. It's an important aspect that we have to take into account, and that's why we have been talking about technology. Less nutrients, soil reserves are being slowly depleted. In a challenging year like this one, some segments will slow down more. It's only natural. But some of these decisions may jeopardize future cycles. In the nutrition market, for example, you have large volumes of a product that has an efficiency rate that is very low, low solubility, absorption of phosphorus. The product comes from China. 12% of all the mixes in the fertilizers in Brazil contain phosphorus. Again, 12% has this low solubility rate. The impact is not immediate, but that can reduce yields by 30% in 2 to 3 years because nutrients won't be made available to the plants. We've been trying to inform and warn farmers. That's why we talk about technology all the time. We've planted 90% in Brazil for the summer crop of soybeans. There will be growth despite all the challenges. It's only natural that it happens that way in our country. We have groups that are leveraged, but there are groups, most of them, that did their homework, made the necessary reserves to use in challenging times. It's a production expansion cycle. The area will be expanded in soybeans by converting cattle raising area to agriculture, 1 to 2 million hectares maybe. We see that happening as a positive forecast. But overall, higher interest rates, high leverage levels, we'll see some movements, some consolidation happening, Starting in agriculture per se, we see the expansion of major agricultural groups. Some are public companies, others are private, but we see that consolidation happening. But we'll also see that happening in the inputs market. Bionutrition has had growth rates above 20-25%, and new entrants came in that segment. And that sector will go through some consolidation. Actually, it has already started. We have some people representing from banks. They do have some mandates. Some of them are public knowledge towards that consolidation. Even that input distribution market has gone through major events, going through some consolidation. And one of the strengths that you do have is the credibility pillar. The market of inputs distribution is just like a bank. All it takes is to lose credibility that everyone's going to withdraw their money from that bank. Whenever they doubt your execution capacity, you're doomed. That consolidation is still going on and will continue. And 3tentos have or has a huge competitive advantage. Agriculture is cyclical. We've said that time and time again. Good years, bad years, despite the leverage, the difficulties, and the interest rates, we're going to come out winners this year and next year as well. Along the same lines, Inácio, can you give us your take on the Argentinian market? Argentina has been through some rough times in agriculture, but still there. It's growing. What's your take on that scenario? Yes, that's right. Well, for 4 years, we wanted to grow internationally. We started expanding and diversifying, not only in terms of crops, but also in terms of regions. We conducted an analysis of these 4 crops: soybeans, corn, wheat, and sunflower. And we wanted to define where we should invest. South America, the United States, Canada, East Europe, Asia, China, Southeast Asia, Australia, and Africa as well. Throughout the world, after everything, we came back to Brazil. The best place to invest was Brazil. Why? It's a very large area for expanding. It's not common. Macroeconomics. We have had our ups and downs, way more. And Brazil is very stable, depending on who you compare that to. And when we think about investments in agriculture and technology development, Brazil has become the center of agriculture. There's more growth, there are more opportunities, there are more investments, and agriculture is very representative to the country's GDP. Agriculture is large in the US, but it's small to the economy overall. Again, what I'm trying to say, what you've already said, agriculture is cyclical. Brazil is going to be a powerhouse in agriculture today and in the future. Brazil won't be second to none when it comes to agricultural production. Intellectual property, something important to us as a technology company. In Brazil, it's way better than the situation in the Argentina. Worse than the situation in the US, of course. But this is what provides us that security to invest even more in Brazil. Anyway, when we look at the big picture, we should invest in Brazil, and that's what we have been doing. When it comes to the current scenario, prices are down throughout the world. It's difficult to produce commodities in the US, Argentina, Brazil, China, because we are in a downward spiral. The demand has remained flat throughout the world. All it takes a supply shock, but that does not depend on us, because what will protect farmers from these chaos is to produce even more. Just like you said, it's counterintuitive, right? When they are not willing to invest all that much, they don't invest in nutrients, they're fighting for price, production costs are high. The only way to protect yourself is to plant more. You cannot simply shut down, okay, next year I'll come back. No, the farm is there. They have to produce. And of course, this is a downward cycle, but Brazil will keep on producing, and the protection against lower prices is to increase production.
What we see specifically, as Eduardo said, is that the biggest concern are high interest rates, because in order to invest more and expand, you need to have more capital. And if growers don't, obviously this will be an issue. But it's also an opportunity for farmers who did things and can make their own investments. So we might see a reduction, you might see switchovers or a reduction in the planted area. In Argentina, the biggest problem we have are the taxes against exportation. It's strange, but they do have it. And, for over 20 years, Argentina has growers who have prices that are 30% lower than the rest of the world. But what happens is that farmers are focusing on becoming more efficient. They try to contract technology that really gives you a return on your investment. They try to make logistics more efficient, grain sales, and that meant that the market consolidated. You need a higher volume to get cheaper inputs. So now, of course, everything has a limit. We are currently at this limit, especially in South America. And we had a very radical shift in the government, and macroeconomics are good for Argentina, but in agriculture, I mean, everyone is expecting this exportation tax to be withdrawn, and that, of course, means that they will have more money and invest in things that they haven't invested yet, such as soil nutrition. So Argentina will be one of the biggest growers in the world, and unfortunately, we lagged far behind Brazil, and we have to make use of the fact that we're close to Brazil to supply it with what we can. That's great. I think you gave good context to the cycles that we mentioned before. But what I took from what you said is especially the situation that tighter years improve efficiency, improve management, select the good players, and sometimes they are just a beginning. And this feeds into the prosperity cycle that comes soon after. I have to mention the farmers that we have here who are great examples of growers who are navigating this scenario very well, with more pressure, with higher interest rates, and they're taking opportunities. We're coming to the end of this session, so I want to ask you, first Monteiro and then Inácio, for your closing remarks. Any statements, any final messages? You're speaking directly to our audience here. And again, I'd like to thank you for being here and for collaborating with us. Thank you, João. Once again, thank you to the organizers for inviting me to be here. And my closing remark for everyone here is that agriculture is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So you can't measure your performance based on a single season. You have to measure a series, a sequence of harvests. So it is not by chance that we reached the level that we are currently in Brazil. We represent a huge part of the GDP. We employ 20% of the Brazilian population. You heard about the challenge that we have in interest rates, and soybean acreage will grow in Brazil. We're going to see some consolidation, but I have no doubt, and to paraphrase what João said, these are opportunities that make the winning players prevail. And I have no doubt that I'm standing next here to João, a player like Mosaic, who's been in Brazil for over 20 years, with 3tentos and their wonderful history, is creating a dream team, a winning horse that will continue to lead Brazilian agriculture. Well, specifically for all of us and everyone watching, I think we have a responsibility in the industry of communicating what we do to society and to the world, and also the financial world, because agribusiness is usually separated from the rest of the technology world. But as I mentioned, we have a lot of resilience and we are developing a lot of technology, and this is very relevant. We're providing very good results, which I don't think are being communicated very well to the rest of the world and to all of society. So I hope we can inform people about what's happening in agriculture and the production chain, fertilizers, crop protection. I think that helps to show what we're doing. And 3tentos does this very well. I think Brazil is one of the best places to invest in agriculture, and I think it will continue that way for the next decades, although the current cycles are low. A company like 3tentos that focuses on its clients and that gets prepared and that knows that they are in a cyclical business where you have ups and downs, and that understands that these are opportunities, I have no doubt that they will emerge as the big winners. So enjoy the opportunities that you have in the market. So I'd like to thank the 3tentos team for taking our products to the field. Remember to buy our products and definitely go to 3tentos because they will provide you with the best service. Thank you, Monteiro, thank you, Inácio. So we conclude this panel, and of course our idea was to be here with some of our suppliers and to show you what we do every day in our value proposition. So thank you, and we will continue with our program. Just to wrap up, we will have a video for our inputs business at 3tentos while we get prepared for the next panel. Thank you.
Sinergia. Aquilo que acontece quando uma força potencializa a outra naturalmente. É quando diferentes características e visões se encontram e, ao invés de colidirem, se fortalecem. No supply, nossa entrega não se limita a um insumo específico. Nós ajudamos o produtor a decidir o que usar e por quê. Tudo começa com o nosso PDI, que trabalha direto nas nossas regiões de atuação. São equipes técnicas que conduzem experimentos de campo e laboratório. Ali, nossos pesquisadores colocam novas tecnologias e manejos à prova. e buscam resolver desafios e aplicar técnicas que permitam maior produtividade. Depois, pegamos todo esse aprendizado e levamos para o campo de forma clara e prática. Esse processo cria consistência antes mesmo da colheita porque reduz riscos. E quando o produtor percebe que a informação funciona, a relação se fortalece naturalmente.
E é com essa energia que nós vamos para o nosso
So it's with this energy that we're going to continue with our next panel with executives. So I'd like to invite to the front Luiz Osório Dozel, Executive Chairman, Benhur Vioni, our Inputs Director, Espírito Moncel, Services Director, and Tiago Milani, our Commodities Director. So let's continue now with the executive panel. We want this event to be a milestone for all of us, and it's important to highlight the work that we do in producing, in storing, and selling our products. So we have here Benhur, Luis Pedro, and Tiago. We're going to have a chat with us about several industries or areas that influence these pillars of the market, which are credit, volatility, productivity, logistics, and demand. So this is the idea that we have to complement this excellent panel that we had with growers who brought us to the field so that we could realize, see what is happening. Of course, Peterson, Sales, and Danielle are benchmarks. They're great growers, but there are many like them. Most of them are doing great work, overcoming challenges, cycles, and having a long-term view. So with these 5 pillars, we can assess and see what we can do in production, in storing, and demand. Starting with Benhur, tell us what we've been assessing when it comes to productivity. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. I have to say that we're very happy to receive you. And we're very happy to talk about a topic that I'm very passionate about, yields and inputs. And I think my job was made easier after hearing from the growers at the beginning, the research and development team. I think it's very clear that for us at 3tentos to add anything that we can to increase the growers' yield and results. This is what drives us every day. And of course, this is connected to our ecosystem. That makes a big difference to know that this interferes with our clients' daily life and our market and all of society. So I hope that we can raise some interesting topics here, and I don't think that this is new to you. This is the first graph that shows the yield gains or the efficiency gains that we've had in agriculture in Brazil. The first line represents our potential acreage, which has grown with the new agricultural frontiers and a conversion, as Peterson mentioned, of pastures to farming land. And we also see how our yields grew significantly. This, of course, is related to yield gains. And it's easy to talk about the 2 main areas that impacted our yield gains. One of them is definitely genetic efficiency, so new cultivars associated to biotechnology, a better fertilization level, which started with soil correction in the past, with no-till, with different management, and of course, um, plant health, which made us use our areas better. So the growers mentioned this again, being able to plant soybeans and then winter corn, or in Rio Grande do Sul, that can be wheat or canola. That gives you 2 crops a year in the same space. So these are the main drivers behind this. And this is associated to the different technologies in agriculture. And this is what led to this huge gain in yields. There's another graph here that we showed, which is data from SESB, the Brazilian Soybean Committee. This is an average of the 10 main soybean yields. They started in 2009, and it was 77 to 78 bags per hectare. So this was their record yield at the time. In 2023, it was 126, 127 bags per hectare. So you can see the efficiency gain that we had in a relatively short time, 15, 16 areas. So just so we can continue this conversation, SESB is the Brazilian Strategic Soybean Committee, and this is an average of the top 10 yields that they found in Brazil. It's a Brazilian contest, in this case specific for soybeans. We also have this in other areas of the world, but SESB analyzes Brazil only. So this means that this is a potential yield that we can achieve. That's right. When you compare the Brazilian average, which is 60 bags per hectare, you can get to 126 based on this competition. As a company, after everything we said, it's great to know that we can be the connection that can take this technology through fertilizers, seeds, for cultivars, and so on, to make this true across Brazil. And obviously, the foundation for these productivity gains are represented by these 3 or 4 segments which we are responsible for in the company: seeds, fertilizers, and crop protection. I'd like to highlight that this is all extremely valued through our strategic partnerships, which are extremely robust and long. This is great for us. It's gratifying to see the partners that have been with 3tentos from day one stepping up and talking about the engagement and the performance that we've had in this chain. That's how we build a relationship. And that's how we strengthen these solutions that are taken to growers. Obviously, we have strategies in seeds. We are seed growers in 6 Brazilian states: Rio Grande do Sul, Goiás, Minas, Bahia, Tocantins, and Mato Grosso. We're also buying from partner seed growers. We have partners like Mosaic that just stepped up on the stage, but we also have partners that integrate with the grains chain, and we also work with innovation companies so that we can always bring in products that have a better match to the challenges that we face every day. We also have bio inputs, nutrition, and adjuvants that help us in this chain. So this is all in our pillars. So Luis, once again, everything we've heard so far makes it easier to say what we mean by getting our feet dirty. This is how we understand agriculture. We're a company that connects between clients and providers, but when you look at this from the supply perspective, this gives us the confidence that the fertilizer that we're trying to position matches the demand that they have for that crop and for that situation in that region. The seed that we're growing will be the best for that climate and for that region for the next cycle. The fertilizer or pesticide that they might be seeking will give you technical efficiency without compromising their agronomy results. So, of course, by managing your supply, you can do this, and that's very important because it will allow you to make better decisions, to lower your inventory, to correctly position your product on the short, medium, and long term. One of the biggest challenges we have as a company is to place the product at the right place and right time when growers need it. Since they need to buy later on, this also gives us a competitive advantage. So getting our feet dirty is more than just validating what we're testing and taking to growers. It's about allowing us to make more correct decisions with more confidence in a world that has so much volatility and uncertainty. This gives us a lot of confidence.
And again, closing that cycle, research brings in technology that can be implemented. And then when you work with partners, you can define what the best production system is. Just like in canola, you can implement a system that we believe is feasible and is helpful to customers. And everything translated into being right there. We do not believe in remote managing a business. As an executive director, we're there on the field. Our unit managers, consultants, sales reps are very present right there. We have to be very close to listen to them, find out what they need, and then, by having efficient logistics, providing appropriate support to deliver financial results and very safe credit risk management. So, being present provides that security that everyone needs. Luis Pedro will be addressing the importance of being close, and I'm sure he'll be touching upon that subject too. Thank you. Over to you, Luis Pedro, addressing productivity and yields. When you listen to farmers about their needs, the types of investments they need, after hearing Montero and Ignacio, we've heard all the technology opportunities we have today and in the future. How can we, from 3tentos, we have over 25,000 partners that are farmers. What have we been doing in that sense to encourage them to provide better financial management strategies? Well, thank you for your question. But first of all, I would like to welcome all of you. It's just great to have you all here. All right, from the point of view of 3tentos and 3tentos Cap, our financial division, I think everything has to do with the synergy we have when we look our farmers' businesses as a whole. There are many things that farmers can do. They are decision makers after all, and they are faced with many different types of decisions, and they do it on a daily basis. And through PDI, research, development, and innovation is something that we do brilliantly. But 3tentos also has that expertise in helping farmers making their best decisions. What investments to make, when, what would be the ideal leverage level And through that close relationship we try to establish with farmers, we do believe we can help them also that information from the financial standpoint, not only research, we can provide some advisory services to alleviate the financial burden. We've been doing this organically since day one, and especially as of 2021, in which we created that financial arm, a separate business of sorts. We look at credit as an opportunity. Just like we've heard before, not only from our farmers, but suppliers. Credit has been challenging. So 3tentos, being in the market for 30 years, we've gone through many ups and downs. In agriculture, being resilient as it is, especially in Brazil, that allows us to remain optimistic. It makes sense now to look at credit not only as a challenge, but also an opportunity, given the expertise we have developed in these 30 years, but also taking into account the future by adding technology in the credit industry that can be very helpful in the future. In a nutshell, 3tentos credit strategy has allowed us to remain optimistic despite the challenges. And this performance is only a consequence of the philosophy we have in place. It's summarized in 6 points. All of them require a lot of time and require that intimacy with farmers. So that relationship has to be very close. And when you add technology and the technical expertise and the synergy we have with every department at 3tentos, this may be the reason that explains why we're different when it comes to credit. Long-term relationships. Our relations with customers, this is being made clear with Thales and their family. It's a long-lasting relationship. The Pezzini family has been our partners for many, many years. And there are many other similar examples. So this long-term relationship allows us to have more of that closeness. Monitoring. The credit team is located in Ijuí and in Sinop and in Sorriso. So literally, we're very close to customers. We are right on top of whatever happens on the field. Well, 3tentos is obsessed in providing credit security, providing legal security in case you run into some difficulties. We are totally aligned with the sales force. This is very important to... We all want to make sure there is total alignment in sales and credit. That symbiotic relationship between credit and the commercial departments that has existed since day one. In practical terms, we have great results. Let me butt in for a minute. Tentos Cap, that financial arm, I think we should share with everyone here and also online, the financial arm of 3tentos is related to every business in 3tentos. That, of course, gives us the chance to make a difference. I think it's a little clearer in the next slide. Tentos Cap is 3tentos financial arm to our customers, to farmers. But we also focus on expanding in other areas, providing advance payments to suppliers or other payment means to other partners. The licensing business, or the license we have from the Brazilian Central Bank, provides us to give that role of opportunities and that alignment with the sales force. Whatever comes from technology, from you can connect production, inventory, and demand, and connect that to it, hedging, production costs, and all that, right? Yes, absolutely. By being capillary, by providing that business model in having storages or warehouses almost everywhere we operate, that helps us orchestrating that service with the agricultural activities. Farmers will have the liquidity of the credit we provide also in grains. So again, we monitor what the crop looks like and find out what the production will be, and then we can provide credit with liquidity. And finally, and last but not least, risk diversification, because we're present in many regions and in many crops. Canola is the best example. We help farmers be more diversified, and at the same time, as a consequence, we get that additional benefit. Farmers will have less risk and will offer less risk to us as well, because we're actually funding them through inputs or through money. So these 6 principles, in summary, we want to become important to farmers. We heard this morning the farmers are visited by 17 farmers, and they'll listen to 3. And out of those 3, if we sell them on credit, this is our goal. We want to become their number 1 partner, their number 1 provider. That's the goal we strive for. Well, the next slide, to answer Luis Osorio's question, it's a credit, financing, and investment institution authorized by the central bank. It's a subsidiary of 3tentos. How can we help credit management? We have that expertise. It's a regulated institution to provide governance as far as credit is concerned. We have a proprietary credit analysis to address Luis Osorio's question. We use proprietary data. We do not rely only on public data. We can extract our own data generated from the synergy between different departments so that we can make a credit decision. And then we have that synergy with all the 3tentos departments, and then we can extract more value of those relationships, improve the experience we have with farmers, and in the end, to improve our bottom line. And last but not least, as a financial institution, 3tentos cap or tentos cap is authorized by the central bank to provide rural credit. It's in operation already, and we can actually implement that solution by providing less risk rural credit through central bank. Delinquency levels are much lower, and that can be beneficial. 3tentos may be the only company in our industry that can provide rural credit. In summary, we want to have that competitive advantage, and credit plays a key role in that sense. We have been able to navigate through very good years and years that are not all that good, just like we've done in the past 30 years. All right, thank you. After Ben-Hur intervention and Luis Pedro's comments, I think it's good to listen to Tiago now. He'll be talking about volatility. How can we be prepared? How can we be even closer to farmers, to share knowledge and at the same time protect them, to help them and ourselves in better manage our risks? Okay, now it's working. Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at another 3tentos Day. Let me address volatility, a theme you're all familiar with, and it's part and parcel of the agribusiness. Volatility can refer to weather that will impact production, supply and demand, both regionally, Brazil and Argentina and across the world. Volatility will impact prices, but on top of that, there are other elements that can bring volatility because, come to think of it, we operate outdoors. There may be changes in prices at different times. So volatility can mean opportunity, provided that you know what to do, if you know how to manage risks. Well, today, the market is way more political in nature. The market does not look at supply and demand only. The market is paying more attention to a tweet, a piece of news, things that can change overnight because of a war, and we have to be prepared, period. Let me explain what we have been doing. Ben-Hur and Luis Pedro have introduced some of the tools we use with our customers. These are examples of what we do. Of course, we manage our risks internally, but at the same time, we're concerned about helping our customers manage their risk. That's why we have developed tools. Barter is one of those tools, one of the simplest operations to reduce the volatility from the market, because inputs are covered, and at the same time, they can use grains, and you can have some predictability as to what the costs will be at the planting phase. We want to develop that tool more and more, because that's a means to reduce volatility. You're managing your own and your customers' risks. At the same time, we want to innovate. That's part of what we do. Some 2 years ago, We sat down with customers trying to identify what their needs were, and we do that in São Paulo. We've developed 3tentos Plus. I don't know whether you're all familiar with it. I'll briefly explain what it's all about. It's some sort of a guarantee of a minimum price when you have a barter operation. In a nutshell, we take out the complexity out of the equation. We offer our customers a means to hire a minimum price, and they can benefit from a share if prices go above that minimum price. So they'll benefit from a higher price, for example. Some customers had that 19 to 20 bags per hectare. Soybean prices went up. You never know if prices will go up or come down. But those that hired the 3tentos Plus, that came from 20 to 15 bags per hectare. And customers are free to choose. As a result, we've given farmers 22 million reais in cash. This is healthy. This is good risk management to your customer.
Along the same lines, we're also trying to keep up with digitalization. Digitalization in 3tentos is, of course, a very important driver. We have our own app. Here's an example of the growth in number of users. We're going through a digital revolution in the world, and the same is true for agriculture, so we will need to advance. The growth that we had from 2024 to 2025 was over 25% of new clients in our app. And what are the advantages of the app? Well, the new generation is used to working and using smartphones since they are born. So we have the entire history, invoices, contracts, inventory. And just to give you some data, and this is very important for us, this year, our average of all operations was around 43%. So growers are using the app to fix their values. 43% of the volume fixed at 3tentos is through the app. Is that right? Correct. And that makes it very simple, it makes it very formal, and it gives you a guarantee or some transparency. This is important. Do you know what this indicator was last year? It was 16%. So in a single year, we went from 16 to 43, and it will grow more naturally. This is one of our drivers. We have a project for next year to start using the app itself so that we can find more origination. Not only will we have the clients that deliver to us, but we're also going to access the market. And the growers who we were originating will also have this opportunity. So these are some efforts that we're making. Another point, and I think it strengthens our risk management and volatility. We now have over 11 products in our portfolio that trades grain and byproducts. Why does that help us? Because we're not only working with soybeans and wheat and corn. We have canola, we have sorghum. So we now are very closer. When you have products that are close to each other, like corn and soybeans and so on, your volatility, your liquidity for positions and for hedging is transformed. It is much better. So these are some examples of the efforts that we're making, and of course, this is connected to our margins. To sustain a more reliable margin over time, it's important to do it and have this on the table with risk management. We now have a risk policy, we have limits, we have VAR stress testing for all of the operations that we are currently running, from origination to exports to sales, internal market, and so on. Great, we can continue with the video now.
Na logística, o diferencial é muito claro: a agilidade. Nossa capilaridade, com mais de 70 lojas entre Rio Grande do Sul e Mato Grosso, nos dá uma visão muito precisa de onde o mercado está favorável e qual caminho entrega mais eficiência. Operamos rotas rodoviárias e ferroviárias nos 2 estados, com destaque para o corredor da BR-163, que é uma das rotas mais importantes do país. Também fazemos parte da Via Mares, uma parceria com a Caramuru que está ampliando nossa presença no Arco Norte. Esse novo terminal vai aumentar nossa capacidade de saída para os portos e fortalecer ainda mais nossa estratégia logística para os próximos anos. Um ponto de destaque é o carregamento ferroviário interno, que permite embarcar a produção diretamente para os portos, sem etapas intermediárias. Isso reduz custos, aumenta a velocidade e diminui perdas logísticas. Além disso, contamos com iniciativas como caminhões movidos 100% a biodiesel. A 3tentos nunca foi uma coisa só. Isso explica por que conseguimos navegar por diferentes mercados sem abrir mão da nossa consistência.
Tiago, esse vídeo foi uma provocação para ti.
Tiago, this video was a provocation for you to talk about logistics. The importance that we place on transportation and both in taking grains and getting inputs. Perfect, Luis. So logistics are essential for us. And this connects to the previous slide. It helps us with volatility as well. It complements our efforts. And now we recognize that one of our competitive strengths is logistics, from store distribution. We have a static capacity of over 200,000 tons. We have this, of course, across Mato Grosso do Sul and Rio Grande do Sul and Mato Grosso, but we also have corridors in flow. We're not only looking at road flows, but waterways, railways, and this strengthens our operation. It diversifies that. Logistics also needs to be diversified. You shouldn't concentrate on a single corridor, on a single flow. So looking at this map, we can see how our operation looks. Starting with the north, we are in the Via Mares investment now. So in order to strengthen this in the north, especially with meal operations, but this also connects to grains, we are going through the Santarém, Santana, and Macarena ports, and the southern corridor. We now have a contract and a long-term relationship with Rumo. So most of the meal is exported through Corridor 1 and Terminal T39 from Caramuru. So we have a good partnership. We can transport this product, and it also gives you more freedom to price your products. So when I connect to the logistics, now that we saw in the previous slide, I'm talking about pricing. In the southern corridor, in the Rio Grande port, about 100% of the meal we export go from the plant to a wagon that it takes it to the port in Rio Grande. So that gives it speed, predictability, and flow. so that we can continue to grow. So logistics are a competitive differential, but this is also what makes us stand out versus other players, and we'll continue to strengthen it. We'll have more structure, we'll look at more investments, of course, and we will be increasingly confident that our logistics operations will be important. We'll have that level of importance. We're now among the top 10 exporters of grain and meal. So we're an important player. We're supplying the external market. And we're also an important player in the biodiesel market. We're among the top 5 biodiesel traders in Brazil. So we're an originator company. We are a machine that originates products with all of our tools through credit, barter, and so on. And we export, but of course we have an internal market to supply our clients. So that's the arbitration capacity that we talk about. Internal, external market, analyzing and finding the best opportunities and taking it to the field. Correct. So we're looking at the price to see where it has more liquidity or less. And it's not only about analyzing prices, but the risk that you're taking, it's a full analysis. But without a doubt, this is something that makes us stand out in providing better margins. Obviously, when we're in a market that is seeking more yields, more higher results, we have to work with the demand. Sometimes we see excess supply, and that leads to a reduction in prices, but in agriculture, we never go to a place where the market is not there, because we're talking about food security and energy security. So we'll focus on that, and feel free to speak, but we can start with food. The need that we have right now, of course, we're at a lower part of the curve with populational growth. We expect to reach 10 billion people in the world, but the steepest part of the curve is due to higher income levels, which makes people eat better around the world. And this supply of food will continue to come from agricultural countries like Brazil. So food security, in a time of pandemics, wars, and things not taking their normal course, is something that is at the top of people's minds because it's essential for everyone. I don't need to talk about the importance of food. I think we understand it very well, and we understand Brazil's importance in this scenario. Another point is energy security. We're going through an energy transition. That's a fact. And it's not only about the demand. It's a state issue. It's not just one government and the left, the right, liking it or not liking it. It's a state agenda. And I have some examples or some numbers that I brought in to share with you. Last year, the world consumed 190 billion liters of fuel. We can't think that this is a passing moment. This year, we've said that 3tentos is celebrating its 30th anniversary, a lot of hard work. a lot of dedication, and this connects to the 50 years that we've had pro-alcohol. The oil crisis after the 70s, specifically in 1975, started pro-alcohol. That was 50 years ago. And Brazil was a pioneer. It was innovative in sugarcane ethanol. Now, in 2024 or 2025, Brazil is consuming 40 billion liters of ethanol, of which 22% or slightly above that comes from corn. Ethanol from corn. But we have to think about the global market. This is the mandate for Brazil, just as we have different mandates in different countries. India is already using B20. Indonesia has B40. Japan has E10. And we need to think about where this biofuel will come from. It's not a competition with other sources of fuel. It is a part of an energy grid that will be more efficient, cleaner, and especially renewable. It will be available next year, the following year, and so on. Transportation across the world, and this includes air and maritime transformation, are responsible for 24% of total CO2 emissions. So as we consume biofuels, we will be reducing 90% of CO2 emissions to the atmosphere. And we're taking an industry to smaller towns, closer to farmers, to soybeans, corn, canola, wheat, sugarcane, and so many other products that become biofuels. The raw materials that we have in Brazil, animal, cottonseed, and so on, are many. This is a huge country, and they can become more competitive for Brazilians and for farmers. So that's the message for you, Tiago, and I have some notes here about flex fuel vehicles, but those are the notes I had for the demand. We talk about the fact that the world has an excess supply of soybean meal. But we know the issue of cycles, there's a lot of volatility. And since I am conservative, I defend, storing and protecting the supply. But I'd like to hear your take on that. Yes, that's a very interesting and very current topic. When we look at the annual diesel use in the world, it's 1.3 trillion liters. Do you know how much biodiesel is produced globally? 60 billion. So look at the size of the market for us. And this is biodiesel only. So that's a huge addressable market if we go through an energy transition. So looking at the demand, we have a huge market that we truly believe in because we have signs that point toward its growth. We have legislation that directs its growth. And that's because it generates a positive impact, not only for the industry, but for the entire production chain. So I think that's the main point when it comes to the demand. When we go to the supply, this is always a concern, right? What are we going to use this meal for? When it's priced correctly, it finds a demand because beef is becoming more consumed, and Brazilian beef is the most competitive in the world, is one of the most competitive in the world. So it will generate some demand. There's another point that the market has been directing us towards, which is finding crops that have more oil properties, like canola, macaúba, and so on. So when we look at the biodiesel growth, most of it comes from soybeans, some of it from animal fat, and about 40% is cooking oil, used cooking oil, and the remaining comes from cotton, corn, canola, and so on. So one possibility for the market to explore is to redirect itself to other crops, which is what we're starting to do, like canola, and it's not even at 0.1% of oil sources, but it will be transformed. If we produce 1 million tons of canola, that's that's the equivalent of 400,000 tons of oil, which can be used for the industry, but if it is used for a biofuel, it will represent about 5% of this combination. So this is going to happen and the market is going to adjust.
Tiago, Luis Pedro, now your closing remarks. Yes, that's a good example, not only to illustrate the demand from energy, but also from food. We believe that not only by the larger population, but the increase in income. We're going to be, or we were in China twice this year. In 1990, per capita income was $2,000. Today is at 13.5, but Shanghai and Beijing have per capita income similar to South Korea and Japan, which are in the leading edge of other developed nations. So what does China want to do? They want to double their per capita income in 10 years. This will boost their demand based on studies and experience. Whenever your income increases, people will consume more protein, especially animal protein. This is an important driver to boost the consumption of vegetal protein, another driver for the products we have been talking about. This impacts credit as well. Along the same lines, we remain optimistic. Credit is regarded as an opportunity. There's more demand for production or agricultural production, the more incentives farmers will have to invest more to boost their production. There'll be more demand for credit, and you all know a growing market is good for business, is good for everyone. 3tentos, by detecting this positive outlook, is well positioned to be an important credit partner. Thank you, Luis Pedro. Over to you, Ben-Hur. Well, I have to address the number of opportunities we are faced with in all our lines of business. But it all comes down to the importance of connection. Tiago made that very clear when he mentioned barter, and then Luis talking about credit, and there's that industry crushing the grain. HR is bringing people in that think like us, people from the field, people that believe in agriculture, so that joint, that collective effort, focusing on our farmers, our customers, and the opportunities of agribusiness has to supply the world with food and energy. It's only great to be part of that system. From the inputs point of view, we're faced with a major challenge, which is adding yield by selling inputs, but rather by providing knowledge on a per hectare basis. Once again, thank you for having me, and thank you all for being here. We're out of time, but thank you once again, all panel members, and over to you, Deborah. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. Obrigada, Luiz.
Thank you, Luis.
Obrigada, Luiz. Obrigada, Benhur, Luiz Pedro.
Thank you,
Thiago.
Ben-Hur,
Excelentes
Luis
colocações.
Pedro, and Tiago.
Agora,
That was a
nós
great
vamos para
panel.
mais vídeo. Nós queremos mostrar para vocês
Let's watch
pouco da
yet
nossa
another video.
indústria.
Would like to show you a little bit of our
Na
industry.
indústria, o foco é transformar o que originamos em alimento e bioenergia. Tudo isso com tecnologia, escala e integração ao nosso ecossistema. Nossas plantas de Ijuí, Cruz Alta e Vera, no Mato Grosso, representam exatamente isso. São estruturas modernas, automatizadas e projetadas para operar com alto nível de eficiência e tecnologia. Nossas indústrias reforçam o quanto acreditamos no mercado de alimento e bioenergia e mostram que estamos preparados para crescer ainda mais.
E agora, na sequência, novamente,
All right.
encerramento,
We're coming to the end. Let me invite to the stage João Marcelo Dumoncel and Luiz Osório Dumoncel. They'll be talking about the future of 3tentos. All right, this is the home stretch. A lot of information conveyed today, but I would like to talk about 3tentos and about the future. Well, I think we should remind all of you about the first 9 months of the year. Revenues reached 12.1 billion reals. Net income north of 700 million. That again is proof of a special team. I can't thank them enough. It's a special team, especially in that context in which we managed to create synergy all the way from research and relationships. Inácio and Montero gave their testimony, taking into account farmers all the way to consumers. But the number one driver, the most important element, is the 3tentos team. A team that is committed to promote that culture, doing it simply and with excellence. This is where we stand in 2025. Taking into account this market and these numbers allow us to look ahead with optimism. Well, this is based on a day-to-day analysis. We have a long track record of 30 years, as you've heard this morning many times. That experience helped us to find wonderful people that believed in the same dream, that came to work with us, and they're here helping us go through that journey. In 2025, as we've said already, that was a very important year. We've made some important decisions. We had expansions in all 3 current soybean plants. We've expanded the Ijuí plant. for biodiesel. The daily production was with 850,000 liters. Now we are at 1.5 million liters a day. And that expansion is connected to two main drivers. Another investment in Ijuí, which is the industry adaptation to process canola as well. We just started last weekend. We're now processing canola that was originated in the program we've seen this morning. Since canola has a greater oil content, that helped us increase biodiesel production. And at the same time, in Cruz Alta, we had an important expansion from 2,000 tons a day, and in early 2026, it will be 4,000 tons a day. The oil in Cruz Alta is processed in Ijuí, so the ecosystem, and including the two plants, will be supporting that biodiesel production expansion. And at the same time, we have the industry or the plant in Porto Alegre do Norte, the ethanol from corn. We're at 85% of the construction completed. Q1 2026 will have the start of operations. And we have many other activities, biomass, trading DDG, everything being finalized to the startup. We have two new stores in Água Boa and São Vicente do Sul, expanding in Rio Grande do Sul, areas we believe that requires that expansion. We are at 59 stores in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. And Água Boa was the 13th in Mato Grosso. Canarana store is soon to be opened. And here's what I wanted to show you. That's the current situation of our plant in Porto Alegre do Norte. Let's watch it.
Em Porto Alegre do Norte, uma nova fase da 3tentos está tomando forma. Aqui, cada centímetro construído representa desenvolvimento, inovação e o nosso compromisso com o futuro. A nova planta de etanol em 2026 marca um novo capítulo na história da 3tentos, o processamento de milho e o nosso compromisso com a produção de energia renovável. Atualmente, a obra está 85% concluída. Ao longo do caminho, centenas de profissionais, engenheiros, operadores, trabalhadores de construção têm se dedicado diariamente para tornar este projeto realidade. Cada solda, cada estrutura colocada tem um propósito e irá transformar a região do Vale do Araguaia. Quando estiver em operação, a planta terá capacidade de processar 2.800 toneladas de milho por dia. Isso permitirá gerar cerca de 1.223 metros cúbicos de etanol diariamente, junto com aproximadamente 798 toneladas de DDGS e 50 toneladas de óleo por dia. Mas o diferencial da unidade vai além da capacidade produtiva. A operação contará com uma caldeira de alta eficiência, alimentada por biomassa renovável, garantindo um processo energético mais limpo. A localização da planta também oferece uma logística privilegiada, facilitando o recebimento do milho e o escoamento da produção, fatores que aumentam a competitividade e reduzem o impacto ambiental. Estes números são parte de um projeto realista e bem planejado, fruto da nossa expertise e da nossa confiança na força deste investimento. Mais de 300 empregos serão gerados e milhares ao longo da construção. Esse investimento fortalece o nosso compromisso com a economia local, gera renda e cria oportunidade para a comunidade de Porto Alegre do Norte e região. O cronograma é ambicioso, mas a visão da 3tentos é ainda mais clara: entregar uma das usinas mais modernas de etanol do Brasil, com eficiência, segurança e sustentabilidade. Esta planta não é apenas sobre produção, é sobre legado, é sobre gerar valor e prosperidade. E para os nossos investidores é mais uma prova de que estamos juntos nessa jornada. Obrigado por acreditar na 3tentos.
Acho que esse era compromisso nosso, né, que a gente fez.
Well, this is part of our commitment. We cannot be everywhere we operate, but we wanted to share that kind of information with you today. And we wanted to show you how prepared we were for the startup in Q1 next year. We are very optimistic because we did our homework. And these numbers we've seen in the material fact published this morning and the origination there, just like Tiago put it, we have been dedicated to that origination. We are a grain origination company. And out of that origination, we have become experts in trading and doing the domestic market and arbitrating and industries supporting, creating value in the middle of the country and having a more or a healthier logistics system for ourselves and for our farmers and consumers. We have that comprehensive vision of the business. We started out in producing seeds 30 years ago, producing seeds and originating grains. We had 2 bins of 1,800 tons each. That's how it all began. Thales was just a child or a teenager, but João Marcelo and myself, we had to write the invoices. So that provides us with that certainty that we can look ahead and remain optimistic of our growth and the potential of our country. And looking back and respecting that history we carry with farmers as well. We're paving the way. We have that 30-year track record, improving year after year, crop year after crop year. And we're not leaving no stone unturned to be able to grow even more. We are properly managing the company by providing that organizational structure that will enable us to keep on growing. There are 3 main pillars in our strategic planning for the next 5 years. That's why we are sharing new information here today, based on well-structured information. We focus on 3 main elements. In 2 of them, we have a lot of control over operational efficiency and that intimacy we have with customers. And the third element is the product, but we cannot do a lot with product. There isn't much we can do. We produce the best meal, the best biodiesel we can, but again, it's a commodity more often than not. And we do have products from resellers, from the top companies that have a lot of research involved, but we try to select the best products, but based on operational efficiency and that close relationship we have with farmers. And when I say customer, I don't mean farmers, and I mean the customer of every stakeholder in that system. And today, of course, that element is the investor, the 3tentos shareholder. So that structure, all that governance, and all the controls we have in place, 3tentos will stick to all these tools. Everything we do to expand the company will be based on these well-structured principles. We're not going to expand just for expansion's sake. We'll have to keep on evolving, and we'll have to be very safe in doing so. Well, with all that security or all that safety in place, keeping our feet on the ground, we aspire to grow even more, just like we have grown in recent years. Our track record in the past 10 years is above 30% a year. This has been our CAGR in the past 10 years.
Aqui tem os últimos 12 meses com base em 30 do 9, né? E a gente vai continuar explorando o ecossistema da 3tentos.
We have the last 12 months here, and we will continue exploring this ecosystem, this connection, this synergy that, that was our intention for you to feel this today and to bring it to grounded reality. This will be built, as we saw in the last few slides, and this will drive our future growth. Our ambition and our purpose is to follow this growth model and to provide good results. And in order to do that, that's why we have this aspiration that I mentioned. Of course, it's not a guidance, it's an aspiration. And we hope that we will be able to beat it over time. We hope that we will be able to reach 50 million reais. And this is based on exploring new states, stores, and of course the strength of our ecosystem. So how are we going to be able to do this? Or how we will continue to do this? We're going to replicate this model, which is what we've already been doing throughout our entire history. This model was developed and it continues to grow. So the current situation are these. We have 2 plants in Rio Grande do Sul, 59 stores, 2 in Mato Grosso with 13 or 14 stores now. And the next steps that we're hoping to take will basically be 2, at least at first. First, an investment in the state of Pará, where 3tentos got a project that was structured around the city of Redenção, a corn ethanol plant. So we're taking over this project. It will be developed and taken forward. So again, in the city of Redenção. The capacities that we're considering are these: 2.1 thousand tons a day of corn processing. And this is also in our material fact. The intention for this plant to start operations at the end of 2028. Parallel to that, we will also expand into the inputs segment. You saw this here that we started regional origination offices in Uberlândia, Minas Gerais, in Rio Verde, and in Redenção, in the state of Pará. And this is being done to improve our entrance, to understand the market better. And not only are we working with origination, but we're also going to work with inputs in these regions. So beyond our current footprint, we're also going to go into Tocantins And this matches this entire region so that we can continue to expand and work beyond grain origination with input sales. Of course, we will work very hard in Pará because this is supported by our entire ecosystem, but we're also bringing in Tocantins and Goiás to continue our expansion. So as I said, these are the projects that we're carrying forward. We receive questions from many of you in the market about what's next. So this is what's next. This is what we're aiming for. So that, with our expertise and with humility, we can continue to provide growth and sustainability for the market, for society, for our team, and the investors that believe in 3tentos. In this map, where 3tentos has identified the 12 important states in Brazil for grain production, 3tentos started working in Rio Grande do Sul and in Mato Grosso. We got prepared for this regional expansion, and now we're continuing to prepare ourselves so that we can continue growing. This is the company's aspiration to reach this level and to go in this direction. This is the direction we're headed towards as an aspiration. Of course, the main thing for 2026 is to bring this plant online. It's touching to see it being developed in Araguaia. So we hope to start it in the first quarter of 2026 so that we can continue our geographic expansion and continue to grow in market share. So it's very good to see this happening. It's very gratifying for us and for our entire team. It means that 3tentos is generating value for the communities that we are involved in and for growers. In these 3 years, we are developing our reputation with them, but we know that our history alone will not drive us forward. So that's why we continue to get prepared. That's why we continue to advance and evolve. And that's why the 3tentos team is becoming more connected and better prepared so that we can continue to strengthen our governance, our compliance, but also keeping it simple. Like Benhur said, we still have our feet dirty. That's our style, and that's the company's culture. And we're doing this with a lot of discipline in operations and with the connection that we have with people, starting with our clients, with growers, but also partners, the market, and especially our team. A business is made of people. You cannot just have that beautiful plant that we saw if we don't have the right people at the right places with the right culture who are driven and motivated in order to deliver excellent results. This, as I said, is something that we're happy to have achieved so far, but of course, this is not a guarantee that we will continue to achieve it, but it's a great beginning. Our culture is very strong. The two of us and the rest of the team are stewards of this culture of simplicity, of keeping our feet dirty, of looking people in the eye, and not over-promising, but meeting all of our promises with discipline, in execution, with financial discipline above all. We know how important it is to have financial health. We've talked about this, that we need to have stability, and we're not going to let go of it regardless of our aspirations. So again, we're keeping ourselves grounded, looking towards the future, and we're convinced that we will be able to deliver the best with the best team possible. So we'd like to invite the 3tentos team to the stage to join us, and I think that's it. And we'll be ready for the Q&A now. Again, this is just a small part of the team, our leadership. Yes, next year we'll need a bigger stage. You'll see how we're going to crowd up on the stage now for the Q&A with our directors. So for this Q&A, please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. Our team has microphones, and I think we have someone with the first question. So please introduce yourself and ask your question. Hi, I am Mateus from BSBB. First of all, thank you for having us. Congratulations for your entire history. I have two questions. First, you announced this new corn plant. So I'd just like to understand your take on the market. Corn supplies, biomass. Do you have an understanding of how this will happen? Do you have any biomass contracts? Do you know how much you can grow in that region? And also, selling and trading ethanol and DDG, will you sell locally to other places of the North and Northeast, or will it go beyond that region? Also, your announcement in corn was very clear, but I'd just like to understand retail. You had a plan of reaching 100 stores until 2030. Are you going to sustain the same plan? Will you add stores to new regions? This year, you added 2 stores. So to my mind, that means that you will grow faster in the number of stores in the next years. So those are my questions. Thank you. Okay, Mateus, thank you for your questions. Yes, we have been getting prepared. So the investment and the growth that we have in Pará is set to happen in the next 3 years. So of course, we're starting to prepare for it right now. I'm going to ask João Marcelo and Tiago also talk a bit about this, about biomass and how we're getting ready for it. How we see this ethanol and DDG market and how confident we are about sourcing the corn. Well, first of all, this market has been developed over some time. And obviously, we're just starting to talk about it. The market in Pará right now is expanding fast. It's a very surprising market. It has very important soil quality and weather quality, which is an extremely powerful combination. When you go there, you start remembering Mato Grosso in the 90s and early 2000s. But why hasn't it transformed before? My understanding, the reason is that their soil and weather is so good that that's where cattle raising develops the most. But agriculture moves, frontiers move. So we're convinced that we're going to go into a cycle in which Pará might be one of the biggest protagonists for adding area to Brazil. And again, the soil has very good quality. It's wonderful. Their rainfall is very good. And I don't want to overstep Tiago, but logistics there are much better because they're much closer to the northern ports. With DDG, after Mato Grosso, Pará has the biggest cattle herd in Brazil. So they're extremely limited in their access to DDG, and the logistics costs are extremely high. So we will definitely have an internal market that is avid for DDG, and that will combine both things. Cattle raising will need agriculture to generate raw materials, and we will have more intensive cattle farming consuming DDG. So it goes hand in hand, and we're very confident about this market. It's a market that already has enough inputs for the industry that we are expecting. But during this time it will take to implement the project, it will grow very strongly without a doubt. Continuing, João, an important topic is conversion from pasture lands. You mentioned that in Pará there's a huge concern about deforestation, conservation, which is very positive. We see a big potential of just converting the area, and this is what the consumers have been looking at and have reaffirmed. To answer your question about DDG and biofuels and corn sourcing, starting with corn sourcing, just by looking at the convergence in this area, it's 500,000 hectares. So there's already a lot of production there, and it will continue to grow. From the moment you have a new industry in a place, you're strengthening it. You're giving growers the confidence to invest more in logistics, and this creates waves which ensure or sustain this local industry. So we really believe that corn, within the capacities that we projected, has been analyzed very well. We have a market intelligence area in the company that supports us with that, so that gives us a lot of information. When it comes to DDG, Pará is one of the biggest herds in Brazil, cattle herds. So we will definitely have a market for local DDG. That gives us more competitiveness in logistics and supplying quality products and servicing customers, but we're not discarding the possibility of looking at exports. This is always going to be a calculation, as we said previously, of arbitration and to see where we have the best prices and how it connects to logistics. The international market is currently looking at product combos. And we think that this will be one of the biggest drivers. And what do I mean by combo? That means that on the same vessel, you can load different products. This reduces the cost of storage at the destination, so that adds value to your product. And for us, it also makes us stand out on the market because the market is standardized in larger cargoes, Panamax. So with corn, soybeans, sorghum, and DDG, we have basically a supermarket for our foreign clients. I think that will be very well received. And when it comes to biofuel, obviously we're already making an effort. We have a lot of access for because we have biodiesel. So our clients are ourselves. That shouldn't change. So in a new region, we're going to have new clients where we'll have closer bonds. Right now, we are selling when growers pay for their own shipment, but now we will have larger volumes. And we'll be able to have more advanced basis, and we'll be able to distribute it through cabotage, accessing markets in the Northeast. So I think that answers your question.
Thiago, até aproveitando esse momento aqui, eu gostaria de fazer reconhecimento aqui à Ipiranga.
Well, I'd like to recognize Ipiranga on behalf of Linden, one of our partners, and the entire Ipiranga team. I'd like to thank them for the partnership that we started. It's innovative in Brazil. At BR 163, we have distribution with 3tentos in order to optimize our distribution of biofuels. So to answer your second question, Mateus, about stores, we're still focused on reaching 100 stores by 2030, but I think Eduardo can talk a bit more about that. He's the commercial director in the company, and he can give you an overview of how this is taking place, how 3tentos has been gaining space with growers in the communities we're in.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. After the IPO, a little over 4.5 years ago, we came from 40 stores, now we are at 72. At the very first 3tentos Day at B3, we said we would do it our way. In other words, organically, maybe by providing some M&A of people. So up until 2030, we do have that capacity. We are choosing people that have a culture that's similar to ours. We are confident we'll get to 100 or even exceed that mark. Based on what we did in Araguaia, the model is replicable, and we have managed to invite many professionals that identify with our culture. Maybe from 5 to 6 or from 5 to 7 stores a year is very possible given the infrastructure we have, and doing it safely, not disregarding for a minute the values we have explained to you. We want to make a difference in the lives of farmers. Thank you, Eduardo. Let me take this opportunity to thank Marcos, Caramuru, Alberto, Cesar, Tassiano, the entire Caramuru team. We have been working together with Via Maris, so thank you for your business. I think we have another question. State your name, please. Good morning. Guilherme from Santander. Thank you for taking my question. We come to this moment at every 3tentos Day. It's great to see that you're growing and a lot of stability. Many people still in this team. Building a team is very challenging. We all know that. We've talked about canola when we talked about research, development, and innovation. Let me take this opportunity to hear your take on farmers' yields. If Carboni could talk about the industrial setup, what has changed for the fourth quarter, taking canola into account, and also about sorghum. You've said that you've increased production for sorghum, and now with 2 ethanol plants, would that be an alternative for the ethanol plants? Let me start with Luis Augusto to address the question about canola, and then Leandro on the industrial part, and then Miziara, our HR head, to talk about how we are preparing for that growth. First with you, Luis Augusto, canola and sorghum. Thank you for your question. I am an advocate of that crop. I think most of you were here at the 3tentos Day last year, and you can recall how motivated we were to introduce or to reintroduce canola. We've said that that crop had been tried before, but now it's taking off. Absolutely. And we are proud to be part of it. And that applies not only to canola, but also sorghum. Just like farmers said this morning, they have the need and they are intending to diversify, to mitigate risks and to add more value. In the state of Rio Grande do Sul, it's a matter of state. We've been talking to the government because the state, I don't want to sound repetitive, we have almost 10 million hectares of summer crops, a little over 2 million if you include wheat, oats, and other crops. I wouldn't call them idle, but we still have a lot of acreage with little use, unlike double crop corn in Mato Grosso and even in the state of Pará. But in our case, corn, sorghum, and canola can play a role. They are very similar crops that could be used as a double crop and that can add profitability and stability as far as margins are concerned. Yields were not nothing to write home about because of the weather played a role, but we still believe that the technology has evolved. Genetics, significant improvements in technology, but management can contribute. It has a lot of room to improve so that we can use better nitrogen in canola. We've achieved some important yield gains. We remain motivated to almost double that acreage for next year, and the trend should continue in the coming years before we reach that stability or that flat level. I hand it over to Leandro. We're just starting up canola. Just this morning, production has become stable. So we are confident that we can start moving meal and biodiesel. Thank you for your question. Welcome. I'm a mechanical engineer. I've been with the company for almost 15 years. I'm part of this team of old-timers. Canola, I'm here. I'm dividing my attention here and the production there. When we decided that the plant would be in Ijuí, we came up with intelligent layout so that we could install piece of equipment while we were processing soybeans. And throughout November, we would have a scheduled maintenance to interconnect the pieces of equipment. And when we came back, we would swap the line operating with canola. We started running those tests on Saturday. Empty. Sunday, we filled the lines. We ran into a couple of problems. It's only natural in any startup process. Now, production is becoming stabilized, and we expect to start operating at the volumes we expected. And we do believe that the crop gains traction. The investments were relatively small compared to a brand new plant. Installation was somewhat simple. We're still fine-tuning the production, and we'll have meals in our facilities. Let me address sorghum. At the ethanol plant, the technology we acquired is capable enough to operate sorghum up to a certain rate. And we don't have to change any setup at all. And we won't be affecting the quality of the DDG. The plant is already enabled for up to 20% sorghum. As to farmers' profitability, again, it's an oily seed, it's a commodity, and will always be connected to soybeans. But Luis Pedro has more updated information. As to farmers' profitability and the sustainability of the business, the way we see it, margins have been more squeezed, especially in the top line, thinking about prices and in terms of yields as well. And the same thing applies to costs, given the market volatility. But let me say this to you. One of the number one detractors, and we remain attentive, of course, that's the debt, the liabilities that farmers are subject to, especially given the interest rates that we have today. That's why we're paying very close attention. And the way we see it, that depending on the cycle, because of the resilience of this industry, we still believe that despite smaller margins, the business will remain sustainable. Of course, taking into account the amount of leases they have, not only because of their equity, but whether they will incur in additional costs. And let me say this also, connecting that to synergy for both canola and sorghum. These are ways to add more profitability in the state of Rio Grande do Sul for the winter in Rio Grande do Sul, but also in Mato Grosso, sorghum being included in the window provided by corn. Again, there are alternatives to add more value to boost farmers' profitability. Well, let me expand on Guilherme's question, Miziara. How well are we prepared? What does 3tentos do to protect our culture? Oh, great. Welcome once again. It's great to have you here. When we talk about people, we have been working on several fronts in selection and recruiting processes. We have to be right in what we do. We have been implementing tools to look for the right professionals. We have been careful enough in using the right methodology to make the best decisions possible. Always trying to find those professionals that believe in the same principles. In other words, people that will stick to our values, not a beautiful message on the wall, but values that we actually live day in, day out. This is something we have been paying close attention to. And at the same time, we want to develop these people, especially when you hire more and more people. And when you expand, of course, you will hire more people. And we have been very successful in establishing partnerships with educational institutions, training, just like in the Araguaia River Valley. We have been training people locally to train people who live in the area. And we have been successful in that effort, just like you've seen in the video. We also are involved in the social development we can provide wherever we operate. Of course, we train our own leaders We've heard this morning of how important leaders are, and we are concerned about that because leaders are benchmark, are role models for their teams. And we also have our internal development programs for technical and commercial teams, a well-structured program that once again provides that support for whatever we do, and that is translated to all our products, all our stakeholders and customers. These are important areas that we have been paying close attention to. This is important in any department and also in the board of directors. All right, excellent. Next question. Good morning, Gustavo Troiano from Itaú BBA. Two questions. Number one, a more strategic one. I want to know about your decision-making process, whether you're going to have more presence in an area you operate or expand to a new area, just like your expansion to Pará, you said. When do you make that decision? Will it make sense to expand to other areas or to concentrate your operations in the areas you operate? My second question is a bit more specific about the CapEx you invested in the plant. The CapEx per ton is higher in Pará than it is in Mato Grosso. I am under that impression. Maybe by providing that more practical example, a more strategic decision and the more practical decision you made for CapEx. Spending more in Pará? I think the two questions are connected. Thank you. Thank you for your questions. I'll start, and then João Marcelo will address the strategic part of it. And then he will address the CapEx question. Well, I'm going to repeat myself. The 12 grain-producing states, that's our focus. We've been doing this for quite some time. We've been doing this on a regular basis. But this is part of our strategic planning. This has been one of those years in which you take a deep dive in our strategic planning for that 5-year plan. This entire team, the management team, and our consulting company performed that analysis. And then we revisit on a yearly basis, make fine adjustments. But the work has been very good, especially here in Santa Barbara, where the company was founded. We not only want to lose, we don't want to lose share. And not only that, we want to expand our market share. That comes with good work. 3tentos is no longer a local company, it's a regional, and now it's a nationwide company. We know where opportunities lie. And what are the best opportunities at any given time? And if we are confident, we are going to keep our eye on the ball here in Santa Barbara, doing the right thing here in Santa Barbara. And of course, as a consequence, in all other units. By doing so, we can benefit from the best opportunities in expanding geographically. We can, and we have been doing it here. We just announced that unit, Santa Cruz do Sul, and we do have alternatives out there to consolidate what we have been doing here in Mato Grosso, but we are not going to disregard opportunities in the state of Pará and Red and South Pará. There are so many opportunities to expand the area there. The conversion from cattle raising to agriculture and degraded grazing land into biomass, that provides us with the certainty to operate there, with the experience we carry from other states, not disregarding the local farmers. Strategically speaking, that's how we approach the business. João Marcelo can elaborate and also answer the other part of your question. Of course, the strategic decision for an expansion is not something that comes from the industry. It's a decision made by the entire ecosystem. Of course, if we were thinking just like an industry, we would choose a smaller capex and expand that in Porto Alegre do Norte. However, the entire ecosystem, the benefits of going to a new region is part of that decision-making process. And the way we see it, we chose to choose that geographic expansion. And of course, there are opportunities to expand on our existing plants.
Concerning the expansion in number of stores, obviously we increased the game board. We were playing in a smaller board that had some limitations. Of course, we were trying to gain share above everything else and explore the market a bit more, but it wasn't, it hadn't run out. That might not be the term, but it was more difficult as we grew incrementally. So by expanding the board, then we'll definitely have more momentum, and that will give us more opportunities on the tables for us to decide on, specifically on CapEx. Of course, there's an inflation curve during this time. The industry, as you can see, has a bit less capacity than Porto Alegre. That's the initial Porto Alegre project that we're going to have, so it closely matches the current project. But as I said, there's an inflation curve and scale loss. But obviously, with all the possibilities of expanding, which are there for the future. Okay, the next question will be from Eduardo. Your name and your question, please. Thank you. This is Tiago Duarte from BTG Pactual. So I have two questions, if I may. The first is about store expansion. And 4 or 5 years ago, when you announced your entrance into Mato Grosso, the discussion was about the competitive scenario, about the fact that your clients have a different profile than in Rio Grande do Sul. And you said that you knew Mato Grosso, that you've been there for generations, but now you're talking about a out-of-state expansion. So I'd just like to hear a bit from you about what is different now, in whether it is Pará, Minas, Tocantins, or Goiás. What is different from what you found in Mato Grosso, or is it the same? It would be great to hear about that. Also, I have a follow-up question. During the presentation, you talked about future verticalization. That was an item. So my question is if this is related to not just delivering ethanol. As you mentioned, there was that agreement with Ipiranga, or is there anything else that is worth discussing? Those are my questions. Thank you. Okay, Tiago. I think João Marcelo can go deeper into this answer, talking about the units and so on, and also talk about verticalization. Right, when it comes to units, Tiago, as we heard from Danielle in the morning and Thales, and from Pedersen, Rio Grande do Sul itself has regional differences. What we say is that, when you get a store manager, they often say, well, it's different in my region. So everything is different, and every grower is an individual. Without a doubt, if you look at the migration from BR 163 to the Araguaia Valley, that already represents many differences. Pará is a close match to Vale do Araguaia. I'd say it's practically the same region in several aspects, of course, with a different level of development when it comes to crop expansion, but culturally, and when it comes to agronomy structures. They're very similar. And of course, if you look at the surrounding area, Tocantins, Goiás, and Minas Gerais specifically, each one will have its specificities. But this communicates with the Brazilian Midwest as a whole, especially Goiás and Tocantins. So again, there are differences. We've trained ourselves as we left Rio Grande do Sul, and now we're going through these expansions. And again, we're seeking an M&A with people, unifying culture, looking at important partners who already know the market. And so that gives us more confidence with each step. And I think it will have good traction. Sorry to interrupt. And even sourcing in these states. In this year, in some of the visits that we had with our clients or suppliers in this case, it's important to see how much we were able to go in with inputs. Yes, we're not talking about the possibility of not carrying the full package. Well, last year in Pará, yes, the ecosystem was defined, and in other regions, well, we've had expansion with grains, although it hasn't been so intensive. And now we're going to start with inputs. Obviously, there are going to be potential markets to take the entire ecosystem in the future. But that will depend on several variables along the way. But they will definitely be potential markets for the entire ecosystem. First, Pará, and the other ones will be possibilities that we'll talk about, trying to understand, possible partnerships and other ways of also expanding there. We have to remember, Tiago, that the main goal for 3tentos is to place our grains. If you think about the Brazilian map, like Tiago shared with us, once these inputs reach every grower, through them we can do very good logistics, making use of the industries that 3tentos is establishing in each site through our strategy. So that makes it very clear that for this team, this is our commitment to bring the best technologies to the field, to develop them together. We've heard about research and development, and then based on that, we can be together in selling, hedging, and market intelligence. Concerning this part you mentioned about the different verticals, without a doubt, we have a long chain at 3tentos, but we understand that there's a lot of efficiency that can be captured. So we have partnerships like we mentioned Caramuru. We have our navigation partners at 3NF, who are also along with us for this journey. Logistics is essential. Of course, this is not the operational focus of the company. It's a strategic focus to be well positioned in logistics. Ipiranga is another partnership that we've mentioned. And there are other ways of, maybe not extending the chain too much, but creating and establishing strategic partnerships to improve and to add more potential to these side businesses. Yes, and we're always thinking about integration and synergies. Great. The next question. Please introduce yourself before your question. Thank you. I'm Daniela Simonato from Bank of America. It's a pleasure to be here. To continue this discussion, when you went to Mato Grosso, one of the first effects was logistics and the cost that it carries, and you've been much more efficient than you were in the beginning. So thinking about it from this aspect, what other challenges did you face after stepping from Mato Grosso, Rio Grande do Sul to Mato Grosso? What lessons have you learned that will make your expansion to other states more efficient? what has been learned from your experience in Mato Grosso? Also, during the panel with GDM and Mosaic, you talked about farming conditions and how credit is restricted. So if you can talk a little bit more about your take on their behavior, also when it comes to retail, their purchasing behaviors. We've talked about nutrient trade downs, but also seeds and crop protection. If you can tell us a bit more about how you've been seeing this season, that would be great. Thank you. I think Luiz Augusto can start and talk about the challenges we faced in the Brazilian Midwest. And then with Luiz Pedro and Eduardo, we can talk about other issues related to farmers. Great. From my perspective, when it comes to logistics and even margins, Heather mentioned this in the graph, this is not different. Growers are also facing tighter cycles where margins are tighter. And in Mato Grosso, at least at first, that was a time in which, well, the main thing was the distances were greater. So we used to think that Rio Grande was far away, but that's 550 kilometers. But when you go to Vera, you have to drive to Santos. So, of course, dimensions have changed significantly. And without a doubt, that also translates to our results and our statements. That created some differences which we had to get used to as we understood our scenario. In Mato Grosso, we also, we started in August 2021 with inputs right after the IPO. And this paved the origination path so that later on, with grains and trading in the internal market, we were able to work with the industry. But during that time, although it was short, and again, to reinforce, we were already in Redenção, Rio Verde, and Uberlândia. So even though it was a short time, that gave us a taste of the logistics operations and working in these sourcing markets. And in a different way, sourcing now has the opportunity of contributing towards our results during this time. So that gives us confidence. I agree with what João Marcelo mentioned about the Vale do Araguaia belonging to Mato Grosso and Pará. It's basically the same corridor. So we understand that this is an effort that will require planning, but also draining these products or transporting these products, whether they are DTG or ethanol, which we'll be able to do according to our own vocation in these corridors. Well, Isabella, continuing on this topic about what to do and what not to do, definitely one of the things that we will do after, going to Mato Grosso is look at credit. I think our credit model in Mato Grosso is a winner. We have a lot of confidence that we did good work there. We can still control it now. We have that conviction. And we will replicate the same credit philosophy in the other states that we expanded to. But specifically, the important point for Tentos Cap is that it's still a driver that will help growers beyond inputs. Inputs are still what is getting financed, and our priority is to have it in our ecosystem based in barter. So barter will be our main tool for inputs, but we also have financial tools. And This will be the financial arm for 3tentos, and our philosophy is that Tentos Cap will follow wherever we go, and they can find other opportunities there as well. Tentos Cap has a structure where they capture LCA in bond distribution platforms. LCAs usually target individuals because there's a tax incentive. And since they have competitive costs, we can also invest these resources in credit bonds. So we can use CCB, and this structure is quite simple. It's also very replicable, but it's our main responsibility to consider investors, because we need to invest these resources very responsibly. So that's why we say that we are stepping on the brake and the gas at the same time. So we need to have that rigorous look on credit quality. And our philosophy is based, inspired, and executed with the 3tentos credit. But the main message here is that we're very optimistic about financial services, and that's not only credit. One example of that is our credit card. We have aspirations of, with other products in the payment market. I think that's a consequence of the evolution, but credit card is a great example of how our innovative mentality is also in our financial institution, because we're the only credit card with the Safra Bank in Brazil. With Visa, it's international, and it's now available for our clients. We have one more question. Your name and question, please. Hi, I am Henrique Brustolini from Bradesco BBI. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Since we're talking about long-term growth, that 50 billion ambition in revenue, I'd like to connect that to your ecosystem. In the context of everything happened, you've always wanted to maintain this ecosystem, and your growth, I think, shows that value. My question is about how much scalability there is at that. So in order to more than triple the size of the company, you're looking at new fronts. So trading, which was an auxiliary operation to retail, is now relevant. Corn ethanol is also a new frontier. Investment in logistics will start making sense to you. So my question is, as you grow and as you pursue these 50 billion, what are the synergies you can capture with a broader portfolio to ensure that you'll be able to grow at the same profitability level that the company has delivered throughout its history? Thank you. That's my question. Thank you, Henrique. That was an excellent question. So this is a question we ask ourselves and have asked ourselves. And the answer is that we will continue to evolve as an ecosystem. And that's the reason why the main purpose of this company day was to highlight our production, the supply, and the demand. 3tentos is working under these three pillars, which are essential for the market. Tiago mentioned very well that we go beyond them. We also work with climate and politics. So we're working, and we will continue working by connecting inputs, grain, and the industry. The revenue breakdown might shift in one direction or the other, depending on how we go in the different geographies. So first, we come in with inputs. In the case of Redenção, we already have the land. Obviously, it still needs to be approved by the monetary, by CADE. But this is a project that will be concluded in late 2028. So this is in our pipeline. Our focus is to strengthen Araguaia. So we work in Rio Grande do Sul. the entire state with two industries. And if we're going to Araguaia with one plant and Pará with one plant, obviously for other states, we're also going to first go with inputs, or as we've done in the past in Minas and Goiás and Pará with grain, and then we'll add in inputs, but always working very well with logistics. We're not going to get too far away from that Brazil maps, from where our products are going, in consuming centers in Brazil and also ports for exports. So that's our vision. I think the ecosystem will become stronger. We're not going to make a full direction change. It's not that we're going to go to Tocantins with everything. We're going to start there slowly by opening some units that have a good connection to the transportation routes. So BR-163 is the main one. 158 is another one that goes to the north, just as we have Rondonópolis and Santos here in Rio Grande do Sul. So 3tentos always has this mental map, and it's always very clear for us. We're going to grow, but we're going to grow with integration and synergy. The speed and what comes first, of course, will be based on our studies and the data that we are gathering. I don't know if you have anything to add, Marcelo.
Good morning once again. I'll try to combine Troiano's question and give you a roadmap up until 2032. We have a contract system for 2026. We've seen the origination growth, all the industrial expansion, but we have a group of stores that are still new. They take up to 5 years to mature. We have an example that stores that have been just opened that will gain market share down the road. We have all 72 stores that will gain market share. We've been working, managing people to gain efficiency, keep on expanding our market share. And we have a market share increase by increasing the share of wallet of every farmer. Just like we've heard this morning, out of 17 reps, only 3 are listened to. We want to be in that conversation. We want to be among those 3. And by taking into account what you've been saying in defining new investments, we've been playing this game. We have to move the right parts at the right time. This is part of the strategy of those who are listening to everything we've been doing today. So we have to take into account that everything we've been doing are part of this repertoire of strategies we have in place. We have to have that day-to-day inspiration that will help us and not change that breakdown. Of course, growth is important. We've been discussing these things time and time again, and we don't want to hurt margins. Quite the opposite. We want to gain efficiency. We'll try to resort to logistics, people, controls, and opportunities. And this is something we have been working internally with all the support from the board of directors. We want to come here and tell investors and show a concrete aspiration. And ethanol is proof that you can increase margin in the coming cycles. Wonderful. we have come to the end of this seminar. Of course, there are more questions, but all the directors will be available over lunch.
Mais alguma palavra?
Any closing remarks before we conclude?
Já agradeceu bastante, mas não custa mais
We've
uma
thanked
vez,
you
todo esse
time and time
esforço de
again,
vocês,
but it's worth
presença,
thanking you once again,
né, de
all the
estar
effort you
conosco
put
aqui
in
hoje, né.
to be
Tem
here.
aqui
Not
pessoas
only
que
today,
já caminham conosco há
we
muito
have people
tempo,
that have
são
been
parte
with
da
us
nossa
for quite some
trajetória,
time,
parte da trajetória da
and they're
3tentos
part
também,
of the company's
e eu acredito,
trajectory,
né, uma vez nós
and they're
ouvimos
part of our
falar
lives.
de parceiro de negócio nosso,
I once
bons
heard
negócios se
from a
fazem com
partner,
boas pessoas.
good business is made with good
Então, no
people,
nosso
and you
coração,
are all good people.
certamente a gente vai estar fazendo de tudo
You are
aqui para
close
fazer uma
to our
entrega de
hearts,
excelência, né,
and we are
para todos
doing
os
everything we
que estão
can
envolvidos no negócio da
to
3tentos.
deliver
Muito obrigado mesmo
in
pela presença.
everything we've said so far. Thank you once again for being here. Thank you.
Aí também na fala final aqui, em nome de toda a diretoria,
On behalf of the entire board,
excelente
I would like to
e
thank
marketing
the excellent work that IR has done and marketing and the entire 3tentos teams.
acompanhando agora,
There's so many people involved in putting together this conference,
conversa com o mercado,
many people attending.
tantos e tantos produtores
This is a
rurais,
great chance to talk to
então,
the
a gente
market
vai fazer esse
and so many
agradecimento
farmers
a
working
esse time que
together with us. So once again, I would like to thank the entire team, almost 3,000 people, right, Miziara? People that work
nosso lá
with
atrás,
us
quando a gente
every day.
estava planejando fazer o IPO e conversando com alguns
When we were
era,
considering
sempre falava
going public,
aproximar, e falo aqui com muito
I
carinho,
always
a parceria
said
com o campo e o campo da Faria
I
Lima.
wanted to bring Faria Lima, the financial center,
Company Day aqui,
to the
agradecer
field.
mais uma vez
This is the
todos
fourth
vocês.
Investors
Muito bom
Day.
ver vocês aqui
Would like to once again thank you.
palha, né, e
It's
a
just
gente
wonderful
vai
to
estar
see you
fazendo
wearing
cada vez mais,
boots
ou seja,
and walking
muita
down the
transparência,
fields.
muita
And this is
dedicação,
what we want to do. We want to be as transparent as possible with a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work,
vai
honesty.
vai continuar
This team
trabalhando,
will
vai
be
continuar
here,
crescendo,
keep on working,
continuar com humildade,
will
vai
keep on
continuar com
growing
segurança, né, que é
with
dos-
the
dos
feet
pilares
on the
que a
ground,
3tentos defende,
working with security.
relacionamento e segurança.
We have to take into account
Isso tá
the
no nosso
field,
dia a dia,
relationships,
tá no nosso DNA.
and
E é muito
safety.
bom estar aqui
This
com
is part of what
pra
we
gente
do
dar
on a daily
posição que
basis.
esse país tem,
It's just
tem
great
salto
to be
alto,
here with partners
né, e a gente
to
vai
once again
superar todos os desafios porque a gente tá
discuss the
trabalhando
potential of the country
e com energia renovável.
and to overcome challenges because we're working with both food and renewable energy. Thank you all so much once again.
Agradeço a toda a nossa diretoria. Agradeço
I would
também
like
quem
to
está
thank
conosco na
all the
transmissão.
directors and thank you,
Já convido
those of you
para estar
attending
conosco também em
online.
2026. Foi prazer ter
Let
acompanhado
me
vocês.
invite you to be here
Para
in
quem está conosco
2026.
presencialmente, nós não poderíamos
For those of you
deixar de
here
ir
in the
embora
auditorium,
sem comer bom churrasco. Então,
of
nosso
course, we're
almoço
going to have a
será
wonderful
em alguns avisos
barbecue.
paroquiais.
Lunch is being
Lembrando de
served.
vocês, para quem veio
Your
conosco,
bus
sairá às 2h30 da
will
tarde.
be leaving at 2:30.
Reforço o nosso aviso em relação ao voucher. Cada de
And once
vocês,
again,
nossos convidados, terão
use
esse mínimo
your
para comprar no
voucher.
marketplace, ali no fundo
You
do
can
salão
come
de
to our
festa.
marketplace
Se dirijam
in
ali
the back.
durante o almoço, podem
Please
deixar ali,
do
tá?
so over
Novamente,
lunch.
muito obrigada a todos.
Once
Foi um prazer
again,
tê-los conosco.
thank you all so very much. Have a great day.